Right, hiya, and welcome to an episode of Shared Vision. We're going to be reciting some of the lines from The Power of Now with the narrator on the app. I was going to wait for Simon M to get back on here. We're going to put the music on and see if Simon M gets on here.
Fine.
Who's is that?
Fine.
Simon M.
Fine.
Simon M, are you getting on here?
Fine.
Let me text the link to him, I suppose.
Mama Africa Conita. Africa Conita. This is Shia Conita. Africa Conita. Africa Conita.
77 subscribers.
Kulule, Africa, Yosano kulule, kulule, yes I hold with I say. When must start reading? Y yo que hasta ayer siempre fue un gatán y tengo a su lado su beso de amor como si nada.
Are you watching, Simon? Just give me a message. Are you watching?
Ella con un soplo la vuelvo a formar, la quiero morir, la quiero morir. Y yo de hasta ayer siempre fui un holgazán y tengo mis labios sus pasos de amor como si nada. Y yo que hasta ayer fue un holgazán y luego un deseo que yo puedo hacer ahora dice nada. Nada.
I think he is watching now. I'm not sure. I can see two people watching, so not now, resting. Okay. Oh, he's resting. Okay. One, two, yeah.
You thought this somebody could, you should never with me good. I had a that's up to the moon. There I got it go. I got that time we all got to be that you.
One, two, three, four. What's your artist name?
That's the Southwest name.
Well, I call this project Impatible Minds. I call it Impatible Minds, but
What's your artist name? Is it what's the name that you want to go under?
My name.
Your name, your artist name. What name do you want to go under?
Loco Momo.
Loco Momo.
Mm.
Loco Momo, all right. Loco Momo and Professor Johnny Rankin doing the Impactable Mind session.
As we rock out to some Impactable Mind sessions on a Sunday afternoon, it's a nice thing to do, I think. Suits this Sunday afternoon. It's nice to relax. This is meditation style music. This is the future of East Life Studio. I can always change the music style if you want. I mean, that viewer just went for it. I can change the music style if you want. I can change the music style. Something more contemporary or up to date or jungle or whatever you want, really. I've got jungle, I've got breaks, I've got 120 music with some breaks and some house in there. And I've got some slower tunes as well, 110s, and I've got some 90 beats per minute as well. But I'm enjoying this right now. It's, I think this is Loco Momo. Yeah, it's Loco Momo 001. This has Loco Momo on it. That's Loco Momo on the bongos. It's a pure rhythm track. It's pure rhythms. I mean, it's Impactable Minds. We're meditating well today, and we're getting far in meditation. We're getting very far. It is good to meditate all day. It's very good. And this music's perfect to meditate to. It's perfect. If you want me to play any meditation speeches, just meditating. Just message the studio somehow. Contact us on the phone or on the YouTube. Just ask for a presentation, and we'll give you a presentation. That person's gone, so. Just meditation jams on the drums. Just meditate nicely on the drums. You can meditate to this. That's why I like it like this. That's why I didn't layer it up, because I like it as a solo. I wonder how long we can listen to Impeccable Minds for. I wonder if we listen to it looping yet. It's been on a while now. It's played all the tracks, so it says that there's 1 hour 5 minutes in total. There's only an hour and 5 minutes, so I don't know how long we've been listening to it. I don't know if we listen to it looping, but it's all right. It's on shuffle anyway, so. This is Impeccable Minds with Loco Momo, featuring Loco Momo.
What's wrong? You no need to worry anymore. Well, my imagination, this is control. What's wrong? Tell me why It's alright. Oh, that's it. It's alright. That's it. It's alright. It's alright. Stronger. No need to worry anymore.
It's bad with my coughing in it. I think my cough's gone away now. I think I've healed my cough up overnight. I haven't coughed much today, and I think my cough's got better. So that's a good sign. My lungs feel a lot better today. So I feel a lot better, like more healthy.
Beating Morovia, beating out of the eye. It's a beating Morovia. Oh, Babylon, try to try him again. Oh, Babylon, try to try him again. Nobody to win. Nabidia is crying. Nobody to lose. These are stand and are crying. Nobody to win. The children is crying. Nabidia. Nabidia.
Bit of sloppy timing there. Put it back now. You get the timing back.
You know we tonight, leaving out all right, all in not play. In that time, just like I play tonight, leaving out harder days. All when I say, leaving away. Leaving away. Not only that it is my way. Oh, God, this last is living away. Oh, that day that disappeared that day. Oh, that day that disappeared that day. That was a second thing. Oh, my double. How did he start to say? Oh, my God. How did he start to say? oh my God. Oh, the Lord. Dun, dun, ding, dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. That's the secret. Who I am to do the secret. You got gone the just secret. You think I know that I go that's the secret. You said that you said gone to just the secret. Oh, then I come to soon. Without seeing your eyes, in your eyes, the little the sky. Hey, we are across the river and brother, this is how the heart to soul. It's across the river, brother, that's is so hard. It's across the river, brother, that's the heart of love. When I cross the river, brother, this is so hard.
Hey, Lomo Loco. What was it again? What was your name again?
Loco,
Lomo Lo. What was it? Loco. Was it
Loco,
Loco Momo? Loco Momo. All right. All right, Loco Momo. Let's change the groove a bit. Let's change the groove. Let's change the groove. Let's get a new rhythm going, a new groove.
Do something.
Get a new groove going. I'll let you do it solo. You're very good. You're very talented. I love your music. And anyone that can entertain me, you can make music up here whenever you want. You can make music whenever you want. As you do live music like this,
Yes, I mean,
maybe try playing the guitar properly. Try playing it properly.
I don't
Just practice changing string. Just like take your left hand off.
know. No,
Take-
I mean, no playing guitar, you know.
I'll play the guitar and you sing then.
Play reggae or something like that. Ting, 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 ting. And so you know the only
Maybe we'll end that on there. We'll start another one. That's better.
Right, Jessica Appler's not there, so I'm not playing the presentation, but if you want the presentation, you'll have to contact the studio. I'm feeling a bit cold at the moment. I've got the heating on now. It feels a bit cold. I had the window open earlier. I don't know if that's why, but...
No, Martin, don't need that. Just do it, yeah. No, don't punch it. Martin, no.
We have listened to these tunes go round in a circle now. This has been heard already, so we have been listening to them. It's just been on. It's just repeated it again. So it must have just repeated recently. We bring on the sound to you.
Recording now, but we
We're
don't play straight
recording.
away. We can just leave it running. We don't have to record straight away. We can just exist. We don't have to.
Yeah, but we, if you do for me,
You just hit record, and then if something comes out, something comes out, or you never know what we're going to say. We might say something. Right, I'll get the acoustic guitar and see if it comes out. What I should do is, I know what I should do.
Right, I'm going to change the music. I've had enough of this. There's a bit too much silence and stuff in it. We've heard it all already anyway. Let's put...
Rastafari, I. Yeah, man, I don't know, so if I burn them ears, saying, how none of them ears said thing, you know what thing go. No matter what the car go bring it for me, you ever tell them, say, no, no. In a no re re, no day day, no re re, no day day, no re re, no day day, no re re, no day day. Nobody come tell me about what him say or she say. Because you know say Rasta man born the ear say. Me na no re re, no play play, no hear say, no he say, no she say. The Rasta man born all of them say. All of them they think they not go put you away. Just like what mama said, you won't reach. So me say, the play play, the re, the take, the hear say, the play play. The Rasta man not in and not him say or she say. A Rastafari me tell you me obey. Me pray for him think the obstacle them out of me way. And pushy bad minded people them and that they claiming and rare. No take, no he say, no she say. The Rasta man burn them they sitting them is say night and day. Oh the most I me say him we obey. The most I me tell you him a lead the way. Me pray for him clear the obstacle out of the way. And the Rasta man go through because me clear the way. Enough of them that want to see we vanish away. Enough of them that want to see we sink away. And yes, them come laugh with we night and day. But anything them ready for, we ready for. Tell them say we have this is the gun. We ready because pregnant and I hear say, no he say, no she say, no baby, no him say, no she say. Rasta man don't care of me, no give
Someone's liked us anyway. That's good news. I didn't even notice that person come on, but someone's come on and liked it. I don't think the silent viewer does like the stuff very much, so maybe they did. But
no she said, no rare, no tete. You what? Righteousness just a man they are so Anna embrace. And no for them no like we see we face. We come round here so me and tell you say you're positive vibes. Rastafari they are ready to open up them eyes. A full time certain things them realize. Instead of them come round ya move under disguise. And them not speak no truth I tell pure lies. And up at them out then and them jacket untied. When we check it out we find out them a Satan spy. And the rare no take no he say no she say no rare no take no he say and him say no tell me about nobody coming no give a fuck anyway. And the rare no take you know hear where me say no rare no take Rasta man on them skis in the anyway. A righteousness that's Rasta obey. We pray for the most I clear the obstacle out of my way. And say I'm a rebel, me say go on DJ. And I'm a rare, no take me there on the east side studio. Me say all day the eyes will be a Johnny Ranky. They are so a place. And every day me tell you we turn a new page. We know what them dress and we go on them friends. And tell them set them to clean the obstacle out of the way. So we ain't on no rare, no take, no rare, no take. When he say, now she say, no rare, no Rasta man don't care about that tension. And no rare, no take, no earway. When he say, the fire blazing, a Rasta ready to go spray. I want the body mind me say out of the way. And tell them say your righteousness Rasta man no pain and no rare, no rare, no rare, no rare, no rare. At a fire, Rastafari.
Well, I'm just going to go and check out West Side. It's in the kitchen. So I'm just going to go in the kitchen for a minute.
All right, it's an old tune that I've heard before, so it's not really what I'm into. I like new stuff. I need constant new music all the time, really. That's what I really need. New music all the time being fed to me. Really high quality stuff. Nice one to pop your head to. Nice for chilling out on a Sunday. That's what we're doing. We're just chilling out on a Sunday afternoon. Just relaxing to the vibes. We might listen to this whole bank. I'm not really sure, but it's nice to chill out on a 90 beats per minute hip hop vibe. And it's a hip hop vibe and trip hop or hip hop, whatever you want to call it. I mean, some of it is hip hop and some of it is like ragga maybe or reggae or something. I don't really know what you want to call it or how you want to categorize it, but it's just music made in the Eastside studio, you know. I mean, it's just expression and the journey of the breaks as well. I mean, there are break beats in this music. Now I'm gonna use my own beats, but that's a new thing that I just started. I was using break beats up till recently, so now I'm using my own beats, and it's just the way that I'm going. And I'm not worried about making commercial music or music that's releasable. Just making music for this station, and it can be anything I want. You know, that's the beauty of creativity. I never wanted to be an artist under a label, having to conform and stuff, and that's one of the reasons why I'm still the way I am, you know, because I never wanted to conform and I didn't want to have to release to a schedule and all this sort of stuff. Didn't want to do that. And as an artist on a label, you got to perform in a certain time period. And if you don't get it done, then you know it's bad news. So you're under pressure all the time, and I didn't want that, so I've never done it. Stuck to my guns and I stuck to my principles, and my principles are that you just make music that you want to make, that sounds the way that you want to make it. Be original, do your own thing, do your own music, do your own journey, you know. That's the way you got to do it, man. You just got to be original. You just got to play expression, not really copying and stuff. And by being original, you make something that sounds a bit like something that someone else has done. But this must sound a bit like someone else's. I don't know, really. But it's the original music, though. I think that's well catchy, that piano riff. I think it's a banging tune. I think the beat is banging on it as well. This is C29 De Bollocks. C29 De Bollocks, yeah. This is a great meditation session for me anyway. I don't know about the rest of you, but for me, it's fantastic. I'm really getting disciplined now. I'm almost there, I think. I think I'm almost disciplined. I'm not quite, but I'm getting there. What was that slam for? It's strange. I heard the door slamming. That's funny. Whose door was that? Who did that? Maybe I should record the email address to email out free music. That's the only reason why I would do it, really. Just make a big list and email out free music in a big list. Maybe that's what I should do then. I do email out free music, so I could collect these email addresses, I suppose. I'll collect them. I'll do it on Monday or Tuesday or something, or next week or tomorrow. Starting tomorrow. I'll go back to work tomorrow. I'll try and do some serious work tomorrow. I'll try and kickstart and actually get going. And let's see what we've got on the list. We've got done that. We did that. We actually never got back to us. Then we could do Chase up here. Chase. Master a track and email it for free. All the email addresses for core bassline on new track. Playlist. Yeah, we've got to do the playlist. Email Simon Carfinder. Right. Okay. Right, we've got a few jobs to do tomorrow. I think we should do those jobs first before we do anything. We should probably do those jobs first. That's probably the way that we should do it. Just tick away, get rid of the list on the, and then once the list is free, then we can do whatever we want then. But we've got to do the list really first. So we'll do that tomorrow. We'll start working away at the list. As soon as we're ready to start working, we'll do it.
Okay, and it goes like this. Boom, get your money up, get your money up. Get my money up, get my money up. Get my money up, get this paper right. Get my money up, get this paper right. No,
this shit ain't gonna happen overnight.
So we hustle all day.
We hustle all night.
Give thanks and praise just to see the sunlight. Breakfast, okay, which is alright. Tea, me a drink, definitely this it. Get my money up, get my money right. Get my money up, get my money right. Ain't got the bus and we ain't got the fight. No, this shit ain't gonna happen overnight. Daily, where we hustling, we happy hustling hard. Cause we don't know say things are be sent down a yard. Want the things and we want some to stay all abroad. I feel no say some tired and die hard. Pull up on them in the tinted Civics or the Honda Accord. Make them know say Rasta and go laugh. Make them know anything test and find it down a path. Make them know say that they are the chief of staff. Rockin' this a beat and we not rock it off. Make them know say that we not go rock this off. When we come to everything of the art, they must say
you can actually dance to this as well. It's actually quite good. It's toe tapping and it's danceable. It's a very danceable track. This is a very good track. What's it called? It's called Money Right. C7 Money Right. C7 Money Right.
ain't go happen overnight. So me say, get my money up, they pan it, paper
If ever you want to request it, C7 Money Right.
And me I tell you, they want pizza Rasta in a jail. But me I tell you, Rasta they pan the ship and a sail. My money up, my money up, my money up, get my money up, boom, get my money up, get my money right. Now this shit ain't go happen overnight. Can't see me and me, but not brother a fight. Me I tell you, Jaja tell me say that not right. Remember when we took the street with two polite. Girls say we and with them a hold on tight. Them love we bad with all of them might. Them a stress if them no see we in a them sight. Make them know say the fire big night. Y'all see me and I said that to clean. Cause them know say them ya sit me at them break them no lean. Them a tell me later come lick them pan the scene. Just who them want Rasta we push it in. Me say get my money up, get my money up, get my money up, get my paper right. Get my money up, get my money up. Listen, get my money up, get my paper right. This shit ain't gonna happen overnight. Now me tell them, say Rasta ready me work. Man the work, well we can't be a jerk. Man the hustling, you can't be a jerk. Have you know say you have to put in the work. You a want and them want new shirt. You two want school and bag. Me I tell you, say them want their shoes and bag. Them want pick to a school and feel glad. Why you know say money up in a me bag. Daily me happy give thanks and praise to God. In time you see Rasta take on the trad. That's why Rasta no boast and Rasta no brag. So me say get my money up, get my money right. Get my money up, get my money right. Now this shit ain't go up in overnight. So me say get my money up, get my money up, get my money up, get my money up. My money up, get my money up. Now this shit ain't gonna happen overnight. So me said nah, go see Rasta with them brother puss and fight. Over a dollar, me said that's not right. To me, the girl them must scream out tight. To me, them want come cool and tight. Rub me up with all of them might. When them see me, them just a link me tonight. I say get my money up, my money up. Get my money up, get my paper right. Now this shit ain't go happy overnight. You run the east life, see when you're on the vibes so right. Let the right, vibes feel right. Now we fuss, now we now we fight. But now we talk about BMP and labor right. Now we don't know say the whole of we super polite. We say get my money up, get my money right. Get my money up, get my paper right. Now this shit ain't gonna happen overnight. And me have to pray to the Almighty, Him will bless me inside. My money up, me go and hold on tight. Them know us no fussing and fight. All we do, we try to do.
As we just warm up
right.
and we're getting into a groove, we're warming up, and that's the way to do exercise. Just get into it gently. If you do it too quickly, you can put a muscle. You got to warm up slowly, and that's what I'm doing. I'm just warming up. I'm warming up slowly. I don't need to go out for exercise. I can do it in here now. Do it like this. This is the same as going out for a walk or something. Exactly the same. If you just do this for an hour or so, you're burning up calories. It's better than being on the sofa, isn't it? I mean, I want to be with you guys and I can be with you and doing my exercise at the same time. I don't need to go out. I don't want to go out. Why do I want to go out? I love it in here. I love broadcasting. I want to broadcast all the time, so I'll try and keep fit at the same time. I'm going to try and do this all day if I can. It's like dancing and doing vocals at the same time. I am quite fit. That's why I can smoke quite a bit, because my lung capacity is quite good. And I don't breathe it in very deep anyway. I'm quite a sensible smoker, really. My cough's going away now anyway. My cough's healing up. I believe, I can't really tell you why, but you wouldn't believe me anyway, and it doesn't really matter. All I've got to say is thanks to Father God, the real Father God, the original God, the original first God. Yeah, he's still alive in spirit. The original first God ever. And there's always been an incarnation. I don't know if it's incarnation and a rebirth. There's a rebirth after. And there has been ever since, but this is the first one that was ever created. Anyway, it doesn't matter, but I can feel his presence anyway. I know when he's around me. I can tell. I'm sure he does come to see me. I'm sure I witnessed him the other day. I'm sure I did, but I felt his presence, and I think he is healing me up. And I'm also disciplining myself, and self-discipline. Yes, is to meet the greatest spirits. I mean, how do magicians do their magic? Do they have spirits working for them, or what? I mean, some magic is quite strange. I mean, they might have spirits actually working for them. That was always the image that was portrayed back in the day, when magicians would have like a demon on their advert or something, and you know. I'm a strong believer that we don't need to die off. I don't know if I'm going to die off, but if I keep fit and I keep rejuvenating and I stay looking young. I mean, I'm actually 44 years old, but people say that I look in my early 30s. So I don't know if I am actually aging, because I mean, it was about, I suppose, about 30-ish that event happened. That something happened, and it all changed from there. And anyway, I don't know what I'm going about now. Still got a way to go on the discipline, but we're getting a lot closer. We've got to meditate for more. We've got to do more meditation. We'll just meditate all day. That's what we're doing today. We're doing standing meditation today because we're advanced. We can do walking and running meditation as well, but standing meditation is very powerful, and just moving around a little bit is very powerful, and observing the floor and observing all the angles and being aware and being alert and being able to see. And you got to meditate on the abacus, really. I mean, that's how I did it. I meditate. I don't know what came first. I don't know if it was meditative view or the abacus. I don't know, but you got to meditate on the abacus and filling up your vision with numbers, multiple units rather than the vision of one. That's so you can only see one when you're born, and you count in units of one. But just meditate on the abacus, you can see more units, and you can use blocks and chess pieces as well. You can use chess pieces and blocks and Lego blocks or whatever you want to use to do this. It helps you, and you meditate on it. You got to get the meditative view, or maybe you meditate on that to get the meditative view. I'm not really sure. I'm not sure what came first, but you might be able to do that without meditating. I'm not really sure. I mean, it's still a skill that's worth doing. Doesn't matter what comes first, really. Education's education. Whatever gets in, whatever you get into first is good. I mean, self knowledge is important, and that's what I promote mainly. But mathematics is part of self knowledge, and you know, if you can do mathematics in your mind, then that would increase your memory ability and decrease your chance of catching Alzheimer's or dementia or memory impaired illness at old age. It'll stop you from umming and ahhing as well. If I and ah, it's a bit weird, but I shouldn't really do it because I memorized definitions and I memorized that book last week. Let's have a look at what this is. I've got 5 messages here. Are they all? Are they all? What's this? I emailed you a home video. Here's the Harlem Kid. Here's the Harlem Kid, right? I don't know what he's doing, right?
Free flow.
101, he called me. All right. Let's call him back.
You know, so we're up with it. We are up with it. We are up with it. Yeah. We are up with it. We are up with it. On the mic, we are up with it.
All right.
Let it play.
Let's play this. He didn't pick up the phone. He did call me, but
We are in the studio.
I've got the volume down anyway, so I can't see when people call me.
Free flow. Soul Tower. Yeah. Soul Tower style. Wicked and wild. I know the girls that like the style. Free flow.
Hello? Can you speak up a bit, please?
What you saying, John?
Yeah, I'm all right. How are you?
My arms kind of swell up.
Let me just turn the music off. Hang on. What's that?
My arms are just swell up.
All right.
Too much level of fitness.
All right.
Blood pressure's getting too high.
All right. Why don't you get on YouTube and watch me on there?
Remember in school with Blakey at school, John?
Pardon?
What's my nickname at school?
I can't remember.
Si, wasn't it?
All right.
I had a few names at school, wasn't it?
All right.
I
What?
did see the video I emailed you. Like,
No, I haven't seen it. I'm not going to check it till tomorrow. I'm not checking emails till tomorrow. I don't check them on the weekend. I just do meditation all day. I don't check emails. I don't do any email work on the weekend. Hmm?
You definitely helped Jess out this morning with meditation.
Really?
Woke up in a good mood.
All right.
You know what I mean? She actually got rid of it. I mean, put out some feelers for some gardening work, some accountancy work, you know what I mean?
All right.
Oh, yeah, I meant to start an accountancy course this Friday.
All right.
College, yeah, level 2.
All right.
Yeah, looks can be deceiving, John, you know what I mean?
All right.
You should know, don't judge the people you know, but some people should know, don't judge a book by its cover, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, lies and bits. Kevin would say, Kevin used to say that. Oh, you're a funny fucking guy, Simon. Kevin used to say that.
All right.
Look at the, it's not bad, is it?
All right.
Yeah. Listen, I've got vegetable soup, John.
All right.
Oh, man, I don't know what to tell you, really.
Why don't you get on YouTube?
We've been on it all morning.
We'll get on it now and I'll carry on reading the rest of the book to you.
I'm on YouTube. I've sent it up. I'm listening to some Awakening, like Joe Tapiani.
Well, get back on my channel and I'll play you the rest of the book. I'll play you the rest of the book.
Yeah, go on then. I'll go upstairs. I need to find the down here.
All right.
Find the rest of it. Yeah?
All right.
All right.
All right.
Right, but I'll go back. I'll talk to the boss.
All right. I'm the boss of London, you know.
No,
Did you know that?
No, she's the boss of London, my missus.
I'm the boss of London.
M-A-D-M-A-N.
I'm the boss of London. I'm the boss of London. That's why I'm doing this channel. East Life is a boss's way. It's a boss's way, and I don't know if you're listening to me, but anyway, I am the boss of London now. You don't even live in London. You don't even live in London.
What did I get up to in London, son? What did I used to do when I was in London?
Smoke crack, smoke brown.
I smoke brown no more, no heroin no more. The government introduced their opiates no more. The government owns the opiate trade, you know that? That's why it's forced opiates and everyone. It was the whole world. These politicians, etc., establishment figures, there was the whole world to be mindless, zombie-fied, opiate-based slaves, basically, if you ask me. Don't take opiates, don't ever go near opiates. Antipsychotics, most antipsychotics are full of opiates. Go to an opiate detox to offer you different opiates. The only way to beat the opiate bowls is to go cold turkey, really, innit?
Yeah.
You ask me? I managed it. I know no amphetamine, well, really no amphetamine, and selling opiates for 6 months now.
All right.
I ain't smoked heroin for years.
All right.
I ain't smoked heroin.
No.
Heroin for years.
That's right.
Yeah. It's possible to stop that stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I do like the crack. She loves the crack. I love the crack. I love the crack. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess a nice Charlie if you want that.
Nah, it's all right.
Charlie.
Don't worry.
Right, cheese Louise. Right, cheese and Louise.
No, it's all right. I'm mellow now.
What's your cheese saying? Is it dry or is it fresh?
What?
Buddy or duck?
What?
Is your cheese buddy or duck?
It's not cheese, really. It's hammy, innit?
I had a cheese factory at one point, you know that.
Oh, it's hammy anyway.
Pick it off me.
All right.
I do. Shout out to you, John, and that tuning in, yeah. That's what I said about why we should all have a bit more money in our pocket, yeah, where it's all gone, yeah. We've disappeared down the likes of Loris's Hatch, yeah, all the nation's money, yeah. Right. I don't know what they're doing with that cash, but they use it to make more for carrying out their work, yeah.
All right.
So at the end of the day, it could take hundreds of years to overthrow these sort of establishment figures, but you know what I mean?
All right.
What did they do to the royal family over tradition, over history of many years, John?
I don't know.
They incarcerated them and took away their wealth. Politicians did.
All right.
It's about time them politicians give me back my stuff before I come through their door right footed. Yeah?
All right.
There's no threat, it's a promise, yeah?
All right.
You know what I mean? There's certain people out there, not around my area, but in other areas, that really got my stuff in their pocket. Yeah?
All right.
You know what I mean? So what I've got to do, I either take my stuff back, I'll come up with more stuff, innit? Yeah? If my stuff in the first place, I'll just come up with more stuff. And this time I'm going to protect it better. You're right, keep it private. And watch who I share it with, yeah? Watch out! Alright, cool, yeah?
Alright.
Play some more MB, John. That stuff's amazing.
I know.
MB for 93, yeah? Shake, yeah?
Alright.
E. It's a C. Man P. MADMAN. MDMA, go tell a friend. Right, cool, yeah?
Alright, bless up, yeah?
Right, cool.
Alright, bye.
Bless up.
Alright.
Let it play.
Alright, we'll listen to this. This is C10 all night. C10 all night.
We are in the studio.
It's got Black Lightning in it.
Free flow. Soul Tower. Yeah. Soul Tower style. wicked and wild. I know the girls in the like the style. Free flow. They love the profile, of course. Up. And you know, so we up with it. We are up with it. We are up with it. Yeah. We are up with it. We are up with it. On the mic, we are up with it. Free flow. That's how it goes in the London town right about now. Yeah. Rocking to the beat, talking to the beat. Eyes open, can't fall asleep. I don't know what sleep is. I don't want to sleep anymore. I just want to rock to the beat and do some free flow. Watch how the story go. We on the microphone right now. We dropping 2 beat, 3 beat, 1, 2, 3. So we drop it all day, all night. So we drop it all day, all night, all day, all night. So we drop it and they on the beat and me on the mic. Drop me
Is that you, Jessica Appler? Are you online or something? Because if you are, I can play the speech to you.
Yeah.
That's you.
Beat all day, beat all night. So we drop the music on the beat all day, on the beat all night. Yeah. Right about now, Johnny. Rhythm, 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 oh. Aye. Right now, me feel irate, me feel irate. So me I go track some tunes to make this place feel more irate.
Oh, hi, Jessica Appler. All right, let's go back to the book then. All right. What I'll do, I'll just find where we were.
No feel tired, me say me no feel tired. Me a boy chat from the mic all day, all night. You know the youth them can't get tired.
Practical aspects of your life. We may call this clock time, but immediately return to present moment awareness when those practical matters have been dealt with. In this way, there will be no buildup of psychological time, which is identification with the past and continuous compulsive projection into the future. Clock time is not just making an appointment or planning a trip. It includes learning from the past so that we don't repeat the same mistakes over and over, setting goals and working toward them, predicting the future by means of patterns and laws, physical, mathematical and so on. Learn from the past and taking appropriate action on the basis of our predictions. But even here, within the sphere of practical living, where we cannot do without reference to past and future, the present moment remains the essential factor. Any lesson from the past becomes relevant and is applied now. Any planning as well as working toward achieving a particular goal is done now. The enlightened person's main focus of attention is always the now, but they are still peripherally aware of time. In other words, they continue to use clock time but are free of psychological time. Be alert as you practice this so that you do not unwittingly transform clock time into psychological time. For example, if you made a mistake in the past and learn from it now, you are using clock time. On the other hand, if you dwell on it mentally, and self-criticism, remorse, or guilt come up, then you are making the mistake into me and mine. You make it part of your sense of self, and it has become psychological time, which is always linked to a false sense of identity. Non-forgiveness necessarily implies a heavy burden of psychological time. If you set yourself a goal and work toward it, you are using clock time. You are aware of where you want to go, but you honor and give your fullest attention to the step that you are taking at this moment. If you then become excessively focused on the goal, perhaps because you are seeking happiness, fulfillment, or a more complete sense of self in it, the now is no longer honored. It becomes reduced to a mere stepping stone to the future, with no intrinsic value. Clock time then turns into psychological time. Your life's journey is no longer an adventure, just an obsessive need to arrive, to attain, to make it. You no longer see or smell the flowers by the wayside either, nor are you aware of the beauty and the miracle of life that unfolds all around you when you are present in the now. I can see the supreme importance of the now, but I cannot quite go along with you when you say that time is a complete illusion. When I say time is an illusion, my intention is not to make a philosophical statement. I am just reminding you of a simple fact, a fact so obvious that you may find it hard to grasp and may even find it meaningless, but once fully realized, it can cut like a sword through all the mind created layers of complexity and problems. Let me say it again. The present moment is all you ever have. There is never a time when your life is not this moment. Is this not a fact? The insanity of psychological time. You will not have any doubt that psychological time is a mental disease if you look at its collective manifestations. They occur, for example, in the form of ideologies such as communism, National Socialism or any nationalism, or rigid religious belief systems, which operate under the implicit assumption that the highest good lies in the future and that therefore the end justifies the means. The end is an idea, a point in the mind-projected future, when salvation in whatever form, happiness, fulfillment, equality, liberation, and so on, will be attained. Not infrequently, the means of getting there are the enslavement, torture, and murder of people in the present. For example, it is estimated that as many as 50 million people were murdered to further the cause of communism, to bring about a better world in Russia, China, and other countries. Too, this is a chilling example of how belief in a future heaven creates a present hell. Can there be any doubt that psychological time is a serious and dangerous mental illness? How does this mind pattern operate in your life? Are you always trying to get somewhere other than where you are? Is most of your doing just a means to an end? Is fulfillment always just around the corner or confined to short-lived pleasures, such as sex, food, drink, drugs, or thrills and excitement? Are you always focused on becoming, achieving, and attaining, or alternatively chasing some new thrill or pleasure? Do you believe that if you acquire more things you will become more fulfilled, good enough, or psychologically complete? Are you waiting for a man or woman to give meaning to your life? In the normal, mind-identified or unenlightened state of consciousness, the power and infinite creative potential that lie concealed in the now are completely obscured by psychological time. Your life then loses its vibrancy, its freshness, its sense of wonder. The old patterns of thought, emotion, behavior, reaction, and desire are acted out in endless repeat performances, a script in your mind that gives you an identity of sorts but distorts or covers up the reality of the now. The mind then creates an obsession with the future as an escape from the unsatisfactory present. Negativity and suffering have their roots in time, but the belief that the future will be better than the present is not always an illusion. The present can be dreadful, and things can get better in the future, and often they do. Usually, the future is a replica of the past. Superficial changes are possible, but real transformation is rare and depends upon whether you can become present enough to dissolve the past by accessing the power of the now. What you perceive as future is an intrinsic part of your state of consciousness now. If your mind carries a heavy burden of past, you will experience more of the same. The past perpetuates itself through lack of presence. The quality of your consciousness at this moment is what shapes the future, which, of course, can only be experienced as the now. You may win $10 million, but that kind of change is no more than skin deep. You would simply continue to act out the same conditioned patterns in more luxurious surroundings. Humans have learned to split the atom. Instead of killing 10 or 20 people with a wooden club, one person can now kill 1 million just by pushing a button. Is that real change? If it is the quality of your consciousness at this moment that determines the future, then what is it that determines the quality of your consciousness? Your degree of presence. So the only place where true change can occur and where the past can be dissolved is the now. All negativity is caused by an accumulation of psychological time and denial of the present. Unease, anxiety, tension, stress, worry, all forms of fear, are caused by too much future, and not enough presence. Guilt, regret, resentment, grievances, sadness, bitterness, and all forms of non-forgiveness are caused by too much past, and not enough presence. Most people find it difficult to believe that a state of consciousness totally free of all negativity is possible, and yet this is the liberated state to which all spiritual teachings point. It is the promise of salvation, not in an illusory future but right here and now. You may find it hard to recognize that time is the cause of your suffering or your problems. You believe that they are caused by specific situations in your life, and seen from a conventional viewpoint, this is true. But until you have dealt with the basic problem-making dysfunction of the mind, its attachment to past and future and denial of the now, problems are actually interchangeable. If all your problems or perceived causes of suffering or unhappiness were miraculously removed for you today, but you had not become more present, more conscious, you would soon find yourself with a similar set of problems or causes of suffering, like a shadow that follows you wherever you go. Ultimately, there is only one problem, the time-bound mind itself. I cannot believe that I could ever reach a point where I am completely free of my problems. You are right. You can never reach that point because you are at that point now. There is no salvation in time. You cannot be free in the future. Presence is the key to freedom. So you can only be free now. Finding the life underneath your life situation. I don't see how I can be free now. As it happens, I am extremely unhappy with my life at the moment. This is a fact, and I would be deluding myself if I tried to convince myself that all is well when it definitely isn't. To me, the present moment is very unhappy. It is not liberating at all. What keeps me going is the hope or possibility of some improvement in the future. You think that your attention is in the present moment when it's actually taken up completely by time. You cannot be both unhappy and fully present in the now. What you refer to as your life should more accurately be called your life situation. It is psychological time, past and future. Certain things in the past didn't go the way you wanted them to go. You are still resisting what happened in the past, and now you are resisting what is. Hope is what keeps you going, but hope keeps you focused on the future, and this continued focus perpetuates your denial of the now and therefore your unhappiness. It is true that my present life situation is the result of things that happened in the past, but it is still my present situation, and being stuck in it is what makes me unhappy. Forget about your life situation for a while and pay attention to your life. What is the difference? Your life situation exists in time. Your life is now. Your life situation is mind stuff. Your life is real. Find the narrow gate that leads to life. It is called the now. Narrow your life down to this moment. Your life situation may be full of problems. Most life situations are, but find out if you have any problem at this moment. Not tomorrow or in 10 minutes, but now. Do you have a problem now? When you are full of problems, there is no room for anything new to enter, no room for a solution. So whenever you can, make some room, create some space, so that you find the life underneath your life situation. Use your senses fully. Be where you are. Look around. Just look. Don't interpret. See the light, shapes, colors, textures. Be aware of the silent presence of each thing. Be aware of the space that allows everything to be. Listen to the sounds. Don't judge them. Listen to the silence underneath the sounds. Touch something, anything, and feel and acknowledge its being. Observe the rhythm of your breathing. Feel the air flowing in and out. Feel the life energy inside your body. Allow everything to be, within and without. Allow the isness of all things. Move deeply into the now. You are leaving behind the deadening world of mental abstraction, of time. You are getting out of the insane mind that is draining you of life energy, just as it is slowly poisoning and destroying the earth. You are awakening out of the dream of time into the present. All problems are illusions of the mind. It feels as if a heavy burden has been lifted, a sense of lightness. I feel clear, but my problems are still there waiting for me, aren't they? They haven't been solved. Am I not just temporarily evading them? If you found yourself in paradise, it wouldn't be long before your mind would say yes. But, ultimately, this is not about solving your problems. It's about realizing that there are no problems, only situations, to be dealt with now. or to be left alone and accepted as part of the isness of the present moment until they change or can be dealt with. Problems are mind-made and need time to survive. They cannot survive in the actuality of the now. Focus your attention on the now and tell me what problem you have at this moment. I am not getting any answer because it is impossible to have a problem when your attention is fully in the now. A situation that needs to be either dealt with or accepted. Yes. Why make it into a problem? Why make anything into a problem? Isn't life challenging enough as it is? What do you need problems for? The mind unconsciously loves problems because they give you an identity of sorts. This is normal, and it is insane. Problem means that you are dwelling on a situation mentally without there being a true intention or possibility of taking action now, and that you are unconsciously making it part of your sense of self. You become so overwhelmed by your life situation that you lose your sense of life, of being, or you are carrying in your mind the insane burden of 100 things that you will or may have to do in the future instead of focusing your attention on the one thing that you can do now. When you create a problem, you create pain. All it takes is a simple choice. A simple decision. No matter what happens, I will create no more pain for myself. I will create no more problems. Although it is a simple choice, it is also very radical. You won't make that choice unless you are truly fed up with suffering, unless you have truly had enough. And you won't be able to go through with it unless you access the power of the now. If you create no more pain for yourself, then you create no more pain for others. You also no longer contaminate the beautiful earth, your inner space, and the collective human psyche with the negativity of problem making. If you have ever been in a life or death emergency situation, you will know that it wasn't a problem. The mind didn't have time to fool around and make it into a problem. In a true emergency, the mind stops. You become totally present in the now, and something infinitely more powerful takes over. This is why there are many reports of ordinary people suddenly becoming capable of incredibly courageous deeds. In any emergency, either you survive or you don't. Either way, it is not a problem. Some people get angry when they hear me say that problems are illusions. I am threatening to take away their sense of who they are. They have invested much time in a false sense of self. For many years, they have unconsciously defined their whole identity in terms of their problems or their suffering. Who would they be without it? A great deal of what people say, think, or do is actually motivated by fear, which of course is always linked with having your focus on the future and being out of touch with the now. As there are no problems in the now, there is no fear either. Should a situation arise that you need to deal with now, your action will be clear and incisive if it arises out of present moment awareness. It is also more likely to be effective. It will not be a reaction coming from the past conditioning of your mind but an intuitive response to the situation. In other instances, when the time-bound mind would have reacted, you will find it more effective to do nothing. Just stay centered in the now.
Right.
A quantum leap in the evolution of consciousness. I have had glimpses of this state of freedom from mind and time that you describe, but past and future are so overwhelmingly strong that I cannot keep them out for long. The time-bound mode of consciousness is deeply embedded in the human psyche, but what we are doing here is part of a profound transformation that is taking place in the collective consciousness of the planet and beyond. The awakening of consciousness from the dream of matter, form, and separation. The ending of time. We are breaking mind patterns that have dominated human life for eons. Mind patterns that have created unimaginable suffering on a vast scale. I am not using the word evil. It is more helpful to call it unconsciousness or insanity. This breaking up of the old mode of consciousness, or rather unconsciousness, is it something we have to do or will it happen anyway? I mean, is this change inevitable? That's a question of perspective. The doing and the happening is in fact a single process. Because you are one with the totality of consciousness, you cannot separate the two. But there is no absolute guarantee that humans will make it. The process isn't inevitable or automatic. Your cooperation is an essential part of it. However you look at it, it is a quantum leap in the evolution of consciousness, as well as our only chance of survival as a race. The joy of being. To alert you that you have allowed yourself to be taken over by psychological time, you can use a simple criterion. Ask yourself, is there joy? ease, and lightness in what I am doing? If there isn't, then time is covering up the present moment, and life is perceived as a burden or a struggle. If there is no joy, ease, or lightness in what you are doing, it does not necessarily mean that you need to change what you are doing. It may be sufficient to change the how. How is always more important than what. See if you can give much more attention to the doing than to the result that you want to achieve through it. Give your fullest attention to whatever the moment presents. This implies that you also completely accept what is, because you cannot give your full attention to something and at the same time resist it. As soon as you honor the present moment, all unhappiness and struggle dissolve, and life begins to flow with joy and ease. When you act out of present moment awareness, whatever you do becomes imbued with a sense of quality, care, and love, even the most simple action. So do not be concerned with the fruit of your action. Just give attention to the action itself. The fruit will come of its own accord. This is a powerful spiritual practice. In the Bhagavad Gita, one of the oldest and most beautiful spiritual teachings in existence, non-attachment to the fruit of your action is called karma yoga. It is described as the path of consecrated action. When the compulsive striving away from the now ceases, the joy of being flows into everything you do. The moment your attention turns to the now, you feel a presence, a stillness, a peace. You no longer depend on the future for fulfillment and satisfaction. You don't look to it for salvation, therefore, you are not attached to the results. Neither failure nor success has the power to change your inner state of being. You have found the life underneath your life situation. In the absence of psychological time, your sense of self is derived from being, not from your personal past. Therefore, the psychological need to become anything other than who you are already is no longer there. In the world, on the level of your life situation, you may indeed become wealthy, knowledgeable, successful, free of this or that, but in the deeper dimension of being you are complete and whole now. In that state of wholeness, would we still be able or willing to pursue external goals? Of course, but you will not have illusory expectations that anything or anybody in the future will save you or make you happy.
All right.
As far as your life situation is concerned, there may be things to be
F90
attained or
EKS. Hi.
acquired.
Hi,
That's the world of
How are
form,
you?
of gain and loss. Yet on a deeper level you are already complete. And when you realize that, there is a playful.
We're just listening to the Power of Now narrated. It's by Eckhart Tolle, and it costs $9.99. It's available as an app. You can go to your app store and download it. But I'm not advertising it. I don't make money out of it, but I think it's worth investing in because you can listen to it in your own time and you can read it yourself. And it's part of Pathfinder. And you're good. Oh, brilliant. Let's get back to this.
Joyous energy behind what you do. Being free of psychological time. You no longer pursue your goals with grim determination, driven by fear, anger, discontent, or the need to become someone. Nor will you remain inactive through fear of failure, which to the ego is loss of self. When your deeper sense of self is derived from being, when you are free of becoming as a psychological need, neither your happiness nor your sense of self depends on the outcome. And so there is freedom from fear. You don't seek permanency where it cannot be found. In the world of form, of gain and loss, birth and death, you don't demand that situations, conditions, places, or people should make you happy, and then suffer when they don't live up to your expectations. Everything is honored, but nothing matters. Forms are born and die, yet you are aware of the eternal underneath the forms. You know that nothing real can be threatened. When this is your state of being, how can you not succeed? You have succeeded already.
Right, that was the joy of being. Now we're entering the next chapter. I think it's chapter 4. The loss of now, the core delusion.
Loss of now, the core delusion. Even if I completely accept that ultimately time is an illusion, what difference is that going to make in my life? I still have to live in a world that is completely dominated by time. Intellectual agreement is just another belief and won't make much difference to your life. To realize this truth, you need to live it. When every cell of your body is so present that it feels vibrant with life, and when you can feel that life every moment is the joy of being, then it can be said that you are free of time. But I still have to pay the bills tomorrow, and I am still going to grow old and die just like everybody else. So how can I ever say that I am free of time? Tomorrow's bills are not the problem. The dissolution of the physical body is not a problem. Loss of now is the problem, or rather, the core delusion that turns a mere situation, event, or emotion into a personal problem and into suffering. Loss of now is loss of being. To be free of time is to be free of the psychological need of past for your identity and future for your fulfillment. It represents the most profound transformation of consciousness that you can imagine. In some rare cases, this shift in consciousness happens dramatically and radically, once and for all. When it does, it usually comes about through total surrender in the midst of intense suffering. Most people, however, have to work at it. When you have had your first few glimpses of the timeless state of consciousness, you begin to move back and forth between the dimensions of time and presence. First, you become aware of just how rarely your attention is truly in the now. But to know that you are not present is a great success. That knowing is presence, even if initially it only lasts for a couple of seconds of clock time before it is lost again. Then, with increasing frequency, you choose to have the focus of your consciousness in the present moment rather than in the past or future. And whenever you realize that you had lost the now, you are able to stay in it not just for a couple of seconds, but for longer periods as perceived from the external perspective of clock time. So before you are firmly established in the state of presence, which is to say before you are fully conscious, you shift back and forth for a while between consciousness and unconsciousness, between the state of presence and the state of mind identification. You lose the now, and you return to it, again and again. Eventually, presence becomes your predominant state. For most people, presence is experienced either never at all or only accidentally and briefly on rare occasions without being recognized for what it is. Most humans alternate not between consciousness and unconsciousness but only between different levels of unconsciousness. Ordinary unconsciousness and deep unconsciousness. What do you mean by different levels of unconsciousness? As you probably know, in sleep you constantly move between the phases of dreamless sleep and the dream state. Similarly, in wakefulness most people only shift between ordinary unconsciousness and deep unconsciousness. What I call ordinary unconsciousness means being identified with your thought processes and emotions, your reactions, desires, and aversions. It is most people's normal state. In that state, you are run by the egoic mind, and you are unaware of being. It is a state not of acute pain or unhappiness but of an almost continuous low level of unease, discontent, boredom, or nervousness, a kind of background static. You may not realize this because it is so much a part of normal living, just as you are not aware of a continuous low background noise, such as the hum of an air conditioner, until it stops. When it suddenly does stop, there is a sense of relief. Many people use alcohol, drugs, sex, food, work, television, or even shopping as anesthetics in an unconscious attempt to remove the basic unease. When this happens, an activity that might be very enjoyable if used in moderation becomes imbued with a compulsive or addictive quality, and all that is ever achieved through it is extremely short-lived symptom relief. The unease of ordinary unconsciousness turns into the pain of deep unconsciousness, a state of more acute and more obvious suffering or unhappiness. When things go wrong, when the ego is threatened or there is a major challenge, threat, or loss, real or imagined, in your life situation or conflict in a relationship, it is an intensified version of ordinary unconsciousness, different from it not in kind but in degree. In ordinary unconsciousness, habitual resistance to or denial of what is creates the unease and discontent that most people accept as normal living. When this resistance becomes intensified through some challenge or threat to the ego, it brings up intense negativity such as anger, acute fear, aggression, depression, and so on. Deep unconsciousness often means that the pain body has been triggered and that you have become identified with it. Physical violence would be impossible without deep unconsciousness. It can also occur easily whenever and wherever a crowd of people or even an entire nation generates a negative collective energy field. The best indicator of your level of consciousness is how you deal with life's challenges when they come. Through those challenges, an already unconscious person tends to become more deeply unconscious, and a conscious person more intensely conscious. You can use a challenge to awaken you, or you can allow it to pull you into even deeper sleep. The dream of ordinary unconsciousness then turns into a nightmare. If you cannot be present even in normal circumstances, such as when you are sitting alone in a room, walking in the woods, or listening to someone, then you certainly won't be able to stay conscious when something goes wrong or you are faced with difficult people or situations, with loss or the threat of loss. You will be taken over by a reaction, which ultimately is always some form of fear, and pulled into deep unconsciousness. Those challenges are your tests. Only the way in which you deal with them will show you and others where you are at as far as your state of consciousness is concerned, not how long you can sit with your eyes closed or what visions you see. So it is essential to bring more consciousness into your life in ordinary situations when everything is going relatively smoothly. In this way, you grow in presence power. It generates an energy field in you and around you of a high vibrational frequency. No unconsciousness, no negativity, no discord or violence can enter that field and survive. Just as darkness cannot survive in the presence of light. When you learn to be the witness of your thoughts and emotions, which is an essential part of being present, you may be surprised when you first become aware of the background static of ordinary unconsciousness and realize how rarely, if ever, you are truly at ease within yourself. On the level of your thinking, you will find a great deal of resistance in the form of judgment, discontent, and mental projection away from the now. On the emotional level, there will be an undercurrent of unease, tension, boredom, or nervousness. Both are aspects of the mind in its habitual resistance mode. What are they seeking? Carl Jung tells in one of his books of a conversation he had with a Native American chief who pointed out to him that in his perception most white people have tense faces, staring eyes, and a cruel demeanor. He said, "They are always seeking something." What are they seeking? The whites always want something. They are always uneasy and restless. We don't know what they want. We think they are mad. The undercurrent of constant unease started long before the rise of Western industrial civilization, of course, but in Western civilization, which now covers almost the entire globe, including most of the East, it manifests in an unprecedentedly acute form. It was already there at the time of Jesus, and it was there 600 years before that at the time of Buddha, and long before that. Why are you always anxious? Jesus asked his disciples, can anxious thought add a single day to your life? And the Buddha taught that the root of suffering is to be found in our constant wanting and craving. Resistance to the now as a collective dysfunction is intrinsically connected to loss of awareness of being and forms the basis of our dehumanized industrial civilization. Freud, by the way, also recognized the existence of this undercurrent of unease and wrote about it in his book Civilization and Its Discontents. But he did not recognize the true root of the unease and failed to realize that freedom from it is possible. This collective dysfunction has created a very unhappy and extraordinarily violent civilization that has become a threat not only to itself but also to all life on the planet.
Right.
Dissolving ordinary unconsciousness. So how can we be free of this affliction? Make it conscious. Observe the many ways in which unease, discontent, and tension arise within you through unnecessary judgment, resistance to what is, and denial of the now. Anything unconscious dissolves when you shine the light of consciousness on it. Once you know how to dissolve ordinary unconsciousness, the light of your presence will shine brightly, and it will be much easier to deal with deep unconsciousness whenever you feel its gravitational pull. However, ordinary unconsciousness may not be easy to detect initially because it is so normal. Make it a habit to monitor your mental emotional state through self-observation. Am I at ease at this moment? Is a good question to ask yourself frequently. Or you can ask, what's going on inside me at this moment? Be at least as interested in what goes on inside you as what happens outside. If you get the inside right, the outside will fall into place. Primary reality is within, secondary reality without. But don't answer these questions immediately. Direct your attention inward. Have a look inside yourself. What kind of thoughts is your mind producing? What do you feel? Direct your attention into the body. Is there any tension? Once you detect that there is a low level of unease, the background static, see in what way you are avoiding, resisting, or denying life. By denying the now, there are many ways in which people unconsciously resist the present moment. I will give you a few examples. With practice, your power of self-observation, of monitoring your inner state, will become sharpened.
Right, that's dissolving ordinary unconsciousness. This is freedom from unhappiness.
Freedom from unhappiness. Do you resent doing what you are doing? It may be your job, or you may have agreed to do something and are doing it, but part of you resents and resists it. Are you carrying unspoken resentment toward a person close to you? Do you realize that the energy you thus emanate is so harmful in its effects that you are in fact contaminating yourself as well as those around you? Have a good look inside. Is there even the slightest trace of resentment, unwillingness? If there is, observe it on both the mental and the emotional levels. What thoughts is your mind creating around this situation? Then look at the emotion, which is the body's reaction to those thoughts. Feel the emotion. Does it feel pleasant or unpleasant? Is it an energy that you would actually choose to have inside you? Do you have a choice? Maybe you are being taken advantage of. Maybe the activity you are engaged in is tedious. Maybe someone close to you is dishonest, irritating, or unconscious. But all this is irrelevant. Whether your thoughts and emotions about this situation are justified or not makes no difference. The fact is that you are resisting what is. You are making the present moment into an enemy. You are creating unhappiness, conflict between the inner and the outer. Your unhappiness is polluting not only your own inner being and those around you but also the collective human psyche of which you are an inseparable part. The pollution of the planet is only an outward reflection of an inner psychic pollution. Millions of unconscious individuals not taking responsibility for their inner space. Either stop doing what you are doing, speak to the person concerned and express fully what you feel, or drop the negativity that your mind has created around the situation and that serves no purpose whatsoever except to strengthen a false sense of self. Recognizing its futility is important. Negativity is never the optimum way of dealing with any situation. In fact, in most cases it keeps you stuck in it, blocking real change. Anything that is done with negative energy will become contaminated by it and in time give rise to more pain, more unhappiness. Furthermore, any negative inner state is contagious. Unhappiness spreads more easily than a physical disease. Through the law of resonance, it triggers and feeds latent negativity in others, unless they are immune, that is, highly conscious. Are you polluting the world or cleaning up the mess? You are responsible for your inner space. Nobody else is. Just as you are responsible for the planet, as within, so without. If humans clear inner pollution, then they will also cease to create outer pollution. How can we drop negativity, as you suggest? By dropping it. How do you drop a piece of hot coal that you are holding in your hand? How do you drop some heavy and useless baggage that you are carrying? By recognizing that you don't want to suffer the pain or carry the burden anymore and then letting go of it. Deep unconsciousness, such as the pain body, or other deep pain, such as the loss of a loved one, usually needs to be transmuted through acceptance combined with the light of your presence, your sustained attention. Many patterns in ordinary unconsciousness, on the other hand, can simply be dropped once you know that you don't want them and don't need them anymore. Once you realize that you have a choice, that you are not just a bundle of conditioned reflexes. All this implies that you are able to access the power of now. Without it, you have no choice. If you call some emotions negative, aren't you creating a mental polarity of good and bad, as you explained earlier? No. The polarity was created at an earlier stage when your mind judged the present moment as bad. This judgment then created the negative emotion. But if you call some emotions negative, aren't you really saying that they shouldn't be there? That it's not okay to have those emotions? My understanding is that we should give ourselves permission to have whatever feelings come up, rather than judge them as bad or say that we shouldn't have them. It's okay to feel resentful. It's okay to be angry, irritated, moody, or whatever. Otherwise, we get into repression, inner conflict, or denial. Everything is okay as it is. Of course, once a mind pattern, an emotion, or a reaction is there, accept it. You were not conscious enough to have a choice in the matter. That's not a judgment, just a fact. If you had a choice, or realized that you do have a choice, would you choose suffering or joy, ease or unease, peace or conflict? Would you choose a thought or feeling that cuts you off from your natural state of well-being, the joy of life within? Any such feeling I call negative, which simply means bad, not in the sense that you shouldn't have done that, but just plain factual bad, like feeling sick in the stomach. How is it possible that humans killed in excess of 100 million fellow humans in the 20th century alone? For humans inflicting pain of such magnitude on one another is beyond anything you can imagine. And that's not taking into account the mental, emotional and physical violence, the torture, pain, and cruelty they continue to inflict on each other as well as on other sentient beings on a daily basis. Do they act in this way because they are in touch with their natural state, the joy of life within? Of course not. Only people who are in a deeply negative state, who feel very bad indeed, would create such a reality as a reflection of how they feel. Now they are engaged in destroying nature and the planet that sustains them. Unbelievable but true. Humans are a dangerously insane and very sick species. That's not a judgment, it's a fact. It is also a fact that the sanity is there underneath the madness. Healing and redemption are available right now. Coming back specifically to what you said, it is certainly true that when you accept your resentment, moodiness, anger, and so on, you are no longer forced to act them out blindly, and you are less likely to project them onto others. But I wonder if you are not deceiving yourself. When you have been practicing acceptance for a while, as you have, there comes a point when you need to go on to the next stage, where those negative emotions are not created anymore. If you don't, your acceptance just becomes a mental label that allows your ego to continue to indulge in unhappiness and so strengthen its sense of separation from other people, your surroundings, your here and now. As you know, separation is the basis for the ego's sense of identity. True acceptance would transmute those feelings at once. And if you really knew deeply that everything is okay, as you put it, and which of course is true, then would you have those negative feelings in the first place? Without judgment, without resistance to what is, they would not arise. You have an idea in your mind that everything is okay, but deep down you don't really believe it, and so the old mental emotional patterns of resistance are still in place. That's what makes you feel bad. That's okay, too. Are you defending your right to be unconscious? Your right to suffer? Don't worry, nobody is going to take that away from you. Once you realize that a certain kind of food makes you sick, would you carry on eating that food and keep asserting that it is okay to be sick?
Wherever you are, be there totally.
Wherever you are, be there totally. Can you give some more examples of ordinary unconsciousness? See if you can catch yourself complaining, in either speech or thought, about a situation you find yourself in, what other people do or say, your surroundings, your life situation, even the weather. To complain is always non-acceptance of what is. It invariably carries an unconscious negative charge. When you complain, you make yourself into a victim. When you speak out, you are in your power. So change the situation by taking action or by speaking out if necessary or possible. Leave the situation or accept it. All else is madness. Ordinary unconsciousness is always linked in some way with denial of the now. The now, of course, also implies the here. Are you resisting your here and now? Some people would always rather be somewhere else. Their here is never good enough. Through self-observation, find out if that is the case in your life. Wherever you are, be there totally. If you find your here and now intolerable and it makes you unhappy, you have three options. Remove yourself from the situation, change it, or accept it totally. If you want to take responsibility for your life, you must choose one of those three options. And you must choose now, then accept the consequences. No excuses, no negativity, no psychic pollution. Keep your inner space clear if you take any action, leaving or changing your situation. Drop the negativity first, if at all possible. Action arising out of insight into what is required is more effective than action arising out of negativity. Any action is often better than no action, especially if you have been stuck in an unhappy situation for a long time. If it is a mistake, at least you learn something, in which case it's no longer a mistake. If you remain stuck, you learn nothing. Is fear preventing you from taking action? Acknowledge the fear, watch it, take your attention into it, be fully present with it. Doing so cuts the link between the fear and your thinking. Don't let the fear rise up into your mind. Use the power of the now. Fear cannot prevail against it. If there is truly nothing that you can do to change your here and now, and you can't remove yourself from the situation, then accept your here and now totally by dropping all inner resistance. The false, unhappy self that loves feeling miserable, resentful, or sorry for itself can then no longer survive. This is called surrender. Surrender is not weakness. There is great strength in it. Only a surrendered person has spiritual power. Through surrender, you will be free internally of the situation. You may then find that the situation changes without any effort on your part. In any case, you are free. Or is there something that you should be doing but are not doing it? Get up and do it now. Alternatively, completely accept your inactivity, laziness, or passivity at this moment. If that is your choice, go into it fully. Enjoy it. Be as lazy or inactive as you can. If you go into it fully and consciously, you will soon come out of it. Or maybe you won't. Either way, there is no inner conflict, no resistance, no negativity. Are you stressed? Are you so busy getting to the future that the present is reduced to a means of getting there? Stress is caused by being here but wanting to be there. or being in the present but wanting to be in the future. It's a split that tears you apart inside. To create and live with such an inner split is insane. The fact that everyone else is doing it doesn't make it any less insane. If you have to, you can move fast, work fast, or even run, without projecting yourself into the future and without resisting the present. As you move, work, run, do it totally. Enjoy the flow of energy, the high energy of that moment. Now you are no longer stressed, no longer splitting yourself in two, just moving, running, working, and enjoying it. Or you can drop the whole thing and sit on a park bench. But when you do, watch your mind. It may say, you should be working. You are wasting time. Observe the mind. Smile at it. Does the past take up a great deal of your attention? Do you frequently talk and think about it, either positively or negatively? The great things that you have achieved, your adventures or experiences, or your victim story and the dreadful things that were done to you, or maybe what you did to someone else? Are your thought processes creating guilt, pride, resentment, anger, regret, or self-pity? Then you are not only reinforcing a false sense of self but also helping to accelerate your body's aging process by creating an accumulation of past in your psyche. Verify this for yourself by observing those around you who have a strong tendency to hold on to the past. Die to the past every moment. You don't need it. Only refer to it when it is absolutely relevant to the present. Feel the power of this moment and the fullness of being. Feel your presence. Are you worried? Do you have many what-if thoughts? You are identified with your mind, which is projecting itself into an imaginary future situation and creating fear. There is no way that you can cope with such a situation, because it doesn't exist. It's a mental phantom. You can stop this health and life corroding insanity simply by acknowledging the present moment. Become aware of your breathing. Feel the air flowing in and out of your body. Feel your inner energy field. All that you ever have to deal with, cope with, in real life, as opposed to imaginary mind projections, is this moment. Ask yourself what problem you have right now, not next year, tomorrow, or 5 minutes from now. What is wrong with this moment? You can always cope with the now, but you can never cope with the future, nor do you have to. The answer, the strength, the right action or the resource will be there when you need it, not before, not after. One day I'll make it. Is your goal taking up so much of your attention that you reduce the present moment to a means to an end? Is it taking the joy out of your doing? Are you waiting to start living? If you develop such a mind pattern, no matter what you achieve or get, the present will never be good enough. The future will always seem better. A perfect recipe for permanent dissatisfaction and non-fulfillment. Don't you agree? Are you a habitual waiter? How much of your life do you spend waiting? What I call small-scale waiting is waiting in line at the post office, in a traffic jam, at the airport, or waiting for someone to arrive, to finish work, and so on. Larger-scale waiting is waiting for the next vacation, for a better job, for the children to grow up, for a truly meaningful relationship, for success, to make money, to be important, to become enlightened. It is not uncommon for people to spend their whole life waiting to start living. Waiting is a state of mind. Basically, it means that you want the future. You don't want the present. You don't want what you've got, and you want what you haven't got. With every kind of waiting, you unconsciously create inner conflict between your here and now, where you don't want to be, and the projected future, where you want to be. This greatly reduces the quality of your life by making you lose the present. There is nothing wrong with striving to improve your life situation. You can improve your life situation, but you cannot improve your life. Life is primary. Life is your deepest inner being. It is already whole, complete, perfect. Your life situation consists of your circumstances and your experiences. There is nothing wrong with setting goals and striving to achieve things. The mistake lies in using it as a substitute for the feeling of life, for being. The only point of access for that is the now. You are then like an architect who pays no attention to the foundation of a building but spends a lot of time working on the superstructure. For example, many people are waiting for prosperity. It cannot come in the future. When you honor, acknowledge, and fully accept your present reality, where you are, who you are, what you are doing right now, when you fully accept what you have got, you are grateful for what you have got, grateful for what is, grateful for being. Gratitude for the present moment and the fullness of life now is true prosperity. It cannot come in the future. Then, in time, that prosperity manifests for you in various ways. If you are dissatisfied with what you have got, or even frustrated or angry about your present lack, that may motivate you to become rich. But even if you do make millions, you will continue to experience the inner condition of lack, and deep down you will continue to feel unfulfilled. You may have many exciting experiences that money can buy, but they will come and go and always leave you with an empty feeling and the need for further physical or psychological gratification. You won't abide in being and so feel the fullness of life now. That alone is true prosperity. So give up waiting as a state of mind. When you catch yourself slipping into waiting, snap out of it. Come into the present moment. Just be, and enjoy being. If you are present, there is never any need for you to wait for anything. So next time somebody says, "Sorry to have kept you waiting," you can reply, "That's all right. I wasn't waiting. I was just standing here enjoying myself." Enjoying myself. These are just a few of the habitual mind strategies for denying the present moment that are part of ordinary unconsciousness. They are easy to overlook because they are so much a part of normal living, the background static of perpetual discontent. But the more you practice monitoring your inner mental emotional state, the easier it will be to know when you have been trapped in past or future, which is to say unconscious, and to awaken out of the dream of time into the present. But beware, the false, unhappy self, based on mind identification, lives on time. It knows that the present moment is its own death and so feels very threatened by it. It will do all it can to take you out of it. It will try to keep you trapped in time.
That was Wherever You Are, Be There Totally. Now we're going to read The Inner Purpose of Your Life. No, The Inner Purpose of Your Life's Journey.
The inner purpose of your life's journey. I can see the truth of what you are saying, but I still think that we must have purpose on our life's journey. Otherwise we just drift. And purpose means future, doesn't it? How do we reconcile that with living in the present? When you are on a journey, it is certainly helpful to know where you are going, or at least the general direction in which you are moving. But don't forget, the only thing that is ultimately real about your journey is the step that you are taking at this moment. That's all there ever is. Your life's journey has an outer purpose and an inner purpose. The outer purpose is to arrive at your goal or destination, to accomplish what you set out to do, to achieve this or that, which, of course, implies future. But if your destination, or the steps you are going to take in the future, take up so much of your attention that they become more important to you than the step you are taking now, then you completely miss the journey's inner purpose, which has nothing to do with where you are going or what you are doing, but everything to do with how. It has nothing to do with future, but everything to do with the quality of your consciousness at this moment. The outer purpose belongs to the horizontal dimension of space and time. The inner purpose concerns a deepening of your being in the
Right. What I want to say to Jessica Appler. Are you there, Jessica? Are you there? Because what I want to say is that it's the how, you see. And when I say to things like get a microphone and get a mixing desk, you are there, right? When I say things like get a microphone, get a mixing desk, and get a sound card, this is how you make music. So you could download WavePad Sound Editor straight away and start messing about with that and try and wire up what you've got or something. But you need a mixer, really, I think, and you've got to listen to what I'm saying and get what I'm saying. And if you get what I'm saying, let me just answer this call. Hang on. Hello? Yeah, I'm all right. How are you? Yeah, I'm at home. I'm all right. Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah. All right. What are you after? All right. Okay. All right. Bless up. Bye. All right. I'm just going to put a bit of music on, actually, while I do this. We have everything here, mate. We need food. Hang on a minute. Let me put the speech back on. Let me put this back on. The inner purpose of your life's journey.
The inner purpose of your life's journey. I can see the truth of what you are saying, but I still think that we must have purpose on our life's journey. Otherwise, we just drift. And purpose means future, doesn't it? How do we reconcile that with living in the present? When you are on a journey, it is certainly helpful to know where you are going, or at least the general direction in which you are moving. But don't forget, the only thing that is ultimately real about your journey is the step that you are taking at this moment. That's all there ever is. Your life's journey has an outer purpose and an inner purpose. The outer purpose is to arrive at your goal or destination, to accomplish what you set out to do, to achieve this or that, which, of course, implies future. But if your destination, or the steps you are going to take in the future, take up so much of your attention that they become more important to you than the step you are taking now, then you completely miss the journey's inner purpose, which has nothing to do with where you are going or what you are doing, but everything to do with how. It has nothing to do with future, but everything to do with the quality of your consciousness at this moment. The outer purpose belongs to the horizontal dimension of space and time. The inner purpose concerns a deepening of your being in the vertical dimension of the timeless now. Your outer journey may contain a million steps. Your inner journey only has one, the step you are taking right now. As you become more deeply aware of this one step, you realize that it already contains within itself all the other steps as well as the destination. This one step then becomes transformed into an expression of perfection, an act of great beauty and quality. It will have taken you into being, and the light of being will shine through it. This is both the purpose and the fulfillment of your inner journey, the journey into yourself. Does it matter whether we achieve our outer purpose, whether we succeed or fail in the world? It will matter to you as long as you haven't realized your inner purpose. After that, the outer purpose is just a game that you may continue to play simply because you enjoy it. It is also possible to fail completely in your outer purpose and at the same time totally succeed in your inner purpose, or the other way around, which is actually more common, outer riches and inner poverty, or to gain the world and lose your soul, as Jesus puts it. Ultimately, of course, every outer purpose is doomed to fail sooner or later, simply because it is subject to the law of impermanence of all things. The sooner you realize that your outer purpose cannot give you lasting fulfillment, the better. When you have seen the limitations of your outer purpose, you give up your unrealistic expectation that it should make you happy, and you make it subservient to your inner purpose.
Right. That was the inner purpose of your life's journey. I don't know if Jessica Apple is still there.
The past cannot survive in your presence. You mentioned that thinking or talking about the past unnecessarily is one of the ways in which we avoid the present. But apart from the past that we remember and perhaps identify with, isn't there another level of past within us that is much more deep-seated? I am talking about the unconscious past that conditions our lives, especially through early childhood experiences, perhaps even past life experiences. And then there is our cultural conditioning, which has to do with where we live geographically and the historical time period in which we live. All these things determine how we see the world, how we react, what we think, what kind of relationships we have, how we live our lives. How could we ever become conscious of all that or get rid of it? How long would that take? And even if we did, what would there be left? What is left when illusion ends? There is no need to investigate the unconscious past in you except as it manifests at this moment as a thought, an emotion, a desire, a reaction, or an external event that happens to you. Whatever you need to know about the unconscious past in you, the challenges of the present will bring it out. If you delve into the past, it will become a bottomless pit. There is always more. You may think that you need more time to understand the past or become free of it. In other words, that the future will eventually free you of the past. This is a delusion. Only the present can free you of the past. More time cannot free you of time. Access the power of now. That is the key. What is the power of now? None other than the power of your presence, your consciousness liberated from thought forms. So deal with the past on the level of the present. The more attention you give to the past, the more you energize it, and the more likely you are to make a self out of it. Don't misunderstand. Attention is essential, but not to the past as past. Give attention to the present. Give attention to your behavior, to your reactions, moods, thoughts, emotions, fears, and desires as they occur in the present. There's the past in you. If you can be present enough to watch all those things, not critically or analytically but non-judgmentally, then you are dealing with the past and dissolving it through the power of your presence. You cannot find yourself by going into the past. You find yourself by coming into the present. Isn't it helpful to understand the past and so understand why we do certain things, react in certain ways, or why we unconsciously create our particular kind of drama, patterns in relationships, and so on? As you become more conscious of your present reality, you may suddenly get certain insights as to why your conditioning functions in those particular ways. For example, why your relationships follow certain patterns, and you may remember things that happened in the past or see them more clearly. That is fine and can be helpful, but it is not essential. What is essential is your conscious presence. That dissolves the past. That is the transformative agent. So don't seek to understand the past, but be as present as you can. The past cannot survive in your presence. It can only survive in your absence. It's not what you think it is. You keep talking about the state of presence as the key. I think I understand it intellectually, but I don't know if I have ever truly experienced it. I wonder, is it what I think it is, or is it something entirely different? It's not what you think it is. You can't think about presence, and the mind can't understand it. Understanding presence is being present. Try a little experiment. Close your eyes and say to yourself, I wonder what my next thought is going to be. Then become very alert and wait for the next thought. Be like a cat watching a mouse hole. What thought is going to come out of the mouse hole? Try it now. Well, I had to wait for quite a long time before a thought came in. Exactly. As long as you are in a state of intense presence, you are free of thought. You are still, yet highly alert. The instant your conscious attention sinks below a certain level, thought rushes in. The mental noise returns. The stillness is lost. You are back in time. To test their degree of presence, some Zen masters have been known to creep up on their students from behind and suddenly hit them with a stick. Quite a shock. If the student had been fully present and in a state of alertness, if he had kept his loin girded and his lamp burning, which is one of the analogies that Jesus uses for presence, he would have noticed the master coming up from behind and stopped him or stepped aside. But if he were hit, that would mean he was immersed in thought, which is to say absent, unconscious. To stay present in everyday life, it helps to be deeply rooted within yourself. Otherwise, the mind, which has incredible momentum, will drag you along like a wild river. What do you mean by rooted within yourself? It means to inhabit your body fully. To always have some of your attention in the inner energy field of your body. To feel the body from within, so to speak. Body awareness keeps you present. It anchors you in the now. The esoteric meaning of waiting. In a sense, the state of presence could be compared to waiting. Jesus used the analogy of waiting in some of his parables. This is not the usual bored or restless kind of waiting that is a denial of the present and that I spoke about already. It is not a waiting in which your attention is focused on some point in the future and the present is perceived as an undesirable obstacle that prevents you from having what you want. There is a qualitatively different kind of waiting, one that requires your total alertness. Something could happen at any moment, and if you are not absolutely awake, absolutely still, you will miss it. This is the kind of waiting Jesus talks about. In that state, all your attention is in the now. There is none left for daydreaming, thinking, remembering, anticipating. There is no tension in it, no fear, just alert presence. You are present with your whole being, with every cell of your body. In that state, the you that has a past and a future, the personality, if you like, is hardly there anymore, and yet nothing of value is lost. You are still essentially yourself. In fact, you are more fully yourself than you ever were before, or rather it is only now that you are truly yourself. Be like a servant waiting for the return of the master, says Jesus. The servant does not know at what
I'm
hour
gonna
the
get a
master
cherry
is
Coke
going
from
to
the
come,
shop, I think,
so he
because it's my
stays
birthday
awake,
weekend and
alert, poised,
I
still.
treat
lest he
myself.
miss the master's arrival. In another
I shouldn't have
parable,
spoken over
Jesus
that.
speaks of the 5 careless unconscious
All right,
women
let me
who
just
do
put some
not have
music
enough
on.
oil consciousness to keep their lamps burning, stay present, and so miss the bridegroom, the now.
Right, we'll play that when I get back from the shop because I don't want to leave it on while I go to the shop because it might end. So I'll just put some music on while I go to the shop. I'll be back in a minute. We have everything here, mate. What does that mean? We have everything. What's everything? The whole universe. We have everything here, mate. We need her food. What do you mean? Right, let's stop this now. All right, so we just played one track there. Right. Okay, let's go back to this.
The esoteric meaning of waiting. In a sense, the state of presence could be compared to waiting. Jesus used the analogy of waiting in some of his parables. This is not the usual bored or restless kind of waiting that is a denial of the present and that I spoke about already. It is not a waiting in which your attention is focused on some point in the future and the present is perceived as an undesirable obstacle that prevents you from having what you want. There is a qualitatively different kind of waiting, one that requires your total alertness. Something could happen at any moment, and if you are not absolutely awake, absolutely still, you will miss it. This is the kind of waiting Jesus talks about. In that state, all your attention is in the now. There is none left for daydreaming, thinking, remembering, anticipating. There is no tension in it, no fear, just alert presence. You are present with your whole being, with every cell of your body. In that state, the you that has a past and a future, the personality, if you like, is hardly there anymore, and yet nothing of value is lost. You are still essentially yourself. In fact, you are more fully yourself than you ever were before, or rather it is only now that you are truly yourself. Be like a servant waiting for the return of the master, says Jesus. The servant does not know at what hour the master is going to come, so he stays awake, alert, poised, still, lest he miss the master's arrival. In another parable, Jesus speaks of the bliss unconscious, women who do not have enough oil consciousness to keep their lamps burning, stay present, and so miss the bridegroom, the now, and don't get to the wedding feast. Enlightenment. These 5 stand in contrast to the 5 wise women who have enough oil, stay conscious. Even the men who wrote the Gospels did not understand the meaning of these parables, so the first misinterpretations and distortions crept in as they were written down. With subsequent erroneous interpretations, the real meaning was completely lost. These are parables not about the end of the world but about the end of psychological time. They point to the transcendence of the egoic mind and the possibility of living in an entirely new state of consciousness. Beauty arises in the stillness of your presence. What you have just described is something that I occasionally experience for brief moments when I am alone and surrounded by nature. Yes, Zen masters use the word satori to describe a flash of insight, a moment of no mind and total presence. Although satori is not a lasting transformation, be grateful when it comes, for it gives you a taste of enlightenment. You may, indeed, have experienced it many times without knowing what it is and realizing its importance. Presence is needed to become aware of the beauty, the majesty, the sacredness of nature. Have you ever gazed up into the infinity of space on a clear night, awestruck by the absolute stillness and inconceivable vastness of it? Have you listened, truly listened, to the sound of a mountain stream in the forest, or to the song of a blackbird at dusk on a quiet summer evening? To become aware of such things, the mind needs to be still. You have to put down for a moment your personal baggage of problems, of past and future, as well as all your knowledge. Otherwise, you will see but not see, hear but not hear. Your total presence is required. Beyond the beauty of the external forms, there is more here, something that cannot be named, something ineffable, some deep, inner, holy essence. Whenever and wherever there is bodhi, this inner essence shines through somehow. It only reveals itself to you when you are present. Could it be that this nameless essence and your presence are one and the same? Would it be there without your presence? Go deeply into it. Find out for yourself. When you experienced those moments of presence, you likely didn't realize that you were briefly in a state of na-mind. This is because the gap between that state and the influx of thought was too narrow. Your satori may only have lasted for a few seconds before the mind came in, but it was there. Otherwise, you would not have experienced the beauty. Mind can neither recognize nor create beauty. Only for a few seconds, while you were completely present, was that beauty or that sacredness there. Because of the narrowness of that gap and a lack of vigilance and alertness on your part, you were probably unable to see the fundamental difference between the perception, the thoughtless awareness of beauty, and the naming and interpreting of it as thought. The time gap was so small that it seemed to be a single process. The truth is, however, that the moment thought came in, all you had was a memory of it. The wider the time gap between perception and
Mystic,
thought, the more depth there is to you as a human being, which is to say the more conscious you
Cruz,
are.
Mystic
Many
Cruz.
people are
Hey,
so
go
imprisoned in
on,
their
G.
minds that the beauty
you
of
saying?
nature does not really exist for them. They
What we're doing. We're reading Ridwan Hassan. What you doing? All right. What I'm doing is I'm playing excerpts from The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. It's a book. It's a narration, and it's a Sunday, and we're meditating. So it's a meditation book, and if you listen to it, it guides you a little bit on the psychology of meditation and the philosophy and behind it. And it's not really a philosophy though, because if I read this other bit here, this is another book called The Way of Zen. It says Zen Buddhism is a way and a view of life which does not belong to any of the formal categories of modern Western thought. This is not religion or philosophy. It is not a psychology or a type of science. It's an example of what is known in India and China as a way of liberation. So it's just a way of liberation, basically. It's to liberate your mind so that you can feel joy naturally. So we're just playing little clips.
The esoteric meaning of waiting. In a sense, the state of presence could be compared to waiting. Jesus used the analogy of waiting in some of his
Right, we're just having a little chat here. Life is very good. I really want to read that wonderful book. Well, you can buy it. You can actually go to the App Store. If you go on your mobile phone to the App Store, type in The Power of Now, and you can download the app. That's what I did. And it's $9.99. I do believe in supporting artists. That's what I believe in supporting people that help you. You might as well support them, you know, where you can buy it. Well, on your app, on your phone. That's where I got mine. Mine's on my app, on my phone. I had bought it in bookshops before. You can buy it in Waterstones. But I got the online version. The online version's got a narration if you buy the app. Or you can go to Kindle, probably. You can what's the Kindle one? That's Amazon. Kindle and Amazon. You can probably get it there as well. I'll play it now.
The esoteric meaning of waiting. In a sense, the state of presence could be compared to waiting. Jesus used the analogy of waiting in some of his parables. This is not the usual bored or restless kind of waiting that is a denial of the present and that I spoke about already. It is not a waiting in which your attention is focused on some point in the future and the present is perceived as an undesirable obstacle that prevents you from having what you want. There is a qualitatively different kind of waiting, one that requires your total alertness. Something could happen at any moment, and if you are not absolutely awake, absolutely still, you will miss it. This is the kind of waiting Jesus talks about. In that state, all your attention is in the now. There is none left for daydreaming, thinking, remembering, anticipating. There is no tension in it, no fear, just alert presence. You are present with your whole being, with every cell of your body. In that state, the you that has a past and a future, the personality, if you like, is hardly there anymore, and yet nothing of value is lost. You are still essentially yourself. In fact, you are more fully yourself than you ever were before, or rather it is only now that you are truly yourself. Be like a servant waiting for the return of the master, says Jesus. The servant does not know at what hour the master is going to come, so he stays awake, alert, poised, still, lest he miss the master's arrival. In another parable, Jesus speaks of the 5 careless unconscious women who do not have enough oil consciousness to keep their lamps burning, stay present, and so miss the bridegroom, the now, and don't get to the wedding feast. Enlightenment. These 5 stand in contrast to the 5 wise women who have enough oil, stay conscious. Even the men who wrote the Gospels did not understand the meaning of these parables, so the first misinterpretations and distortions crept in as they were written down. With subsequent erroneous interpretations, the real meaning was completely lost. These are parables not about the end of the world but about the end of psychological time. They point to the transcendence of the egoic mind and the possibility of living in an entirely new state of consciousness.
Right, well, we're reading a book called The Power of Now. Muslims cannot read this. How dare you? What do you mean? Of course Muslims can read it. Even Sufis follow this sort of knowledge. The Islamic group called Sufis follow this knowledge. They actually follow it. In every single religion, there's a group of people. Even the Jews have got a group of people that follow this knowledge. The Christians have as well. Every single group has. And the Rastafarians are the most advanced at it, really, around the world. The Rastafarians adopt this knowledge as well. And it's a very common knowledge. It's the knowledge of the East. That's what it is. And it's for everyone. It's not a religion. It's not a philosophy. It's not a psychology. It's just a way of liberation, a way of feeling joy in the heart and having self-control and discipline. That's all it is. Because the result of joy is self-control. And if you have self-control, then you're not going to miss the point. You're not going to sin. You're not going to get angry or hot-tempered or have a rage or have a perversion. You'll have a perversion if you don't follow this book. You'll be a pervert, and you will be. Your sex will be on your mind all the time. You'll have a desire, and you'll be carnal, and you'll be a savage. If you follow this book, you can civilize yourself. You can actually become civilized. That's all right. Don't worry. Let's play. Let's listen to the next part.
Beauty arises in the stillness of your presence. What you have just described is something that I occasionally experience for brief moments when I am alone and surrounded by nature. Yes, Zen masters use the word satori to describe a flash of insight, a moment of no mind and total presence. Although satori is not a lasting transformation, be grateful when it comes, for it gives you a taste of enlightenment. You may, indeed, have experienced it many times without knowing what it is and realizing its importance. Presence is needed to become aware of the beauty, the majesty, the sacredness of nature. Have you ever gazed up into the infinity of space on a clear night, awestruck by the absolute stillness and inconceivable vastness of it? Have you listened, truly listened, to the sound of a mountain stream in the forest, or to the song of a blackbird at dusk on a quiet summer evening? To become aware of such things, the mind needs to be still. You have to put down for a moment your personal baggage of problems, of past and future, as well as all your knowledge. Otherwise, you will see but not see, hear but not hear. Your total presence is required. Beyond the beauty of the external forms, there is more here, something that cannot be named, something ineffable, some deep, inner, holy essence. Whenever and wherever there is bodhi, this inner essence shines through somehow. It only reveals itself to you when you are present. Could it be that this nameless essence and your presence are one and the same? Would it be there without your presence? Go deeply into it. Find out for yourself. When you experienced those moments of presence, you likely didn't realize that you were briefly in a state of no-mind. This is because the gap between that state and the influx of thought was too narrow. Your satori may only have lasted for a few seconds before the mind came in, but it was there. Otherwise, you would not have experienced the beauty. Mind can neither recognize nor create beauty. Only for a few seconds, while you were completely present, was that beauty or that sacredness there. Because of the narrowness of that gap and a lack of vigilance and alertness on your part, you were probably unable to see the fundamental difference between the perception, the thoughtless awareness of beauty, and the naming and interpreting of it as thought. The time gap was so small that it seemed to be a single process. The truth is, however, that the moment thought came in, all you had was a memory of it. The wider the time gap between perception and thought, the more depth there is to you as a human being, which is to say the more conscious you are. Many people are so imprisoned in their minds that the beauty of nature does not really exist for them. They might say, "What a pretty flower," but that's just a mechanical mental labeling, because they are not still, not present. They don't truly see the flower, don't feel its essence, its holiness, just as they don't know themselves, don't feel their own essence, their own holiness. Because we live in such a mind-dominated culture, most modern art, architecture, music, and literature are devoid of beauty, of inner essence, with very few exceptions. The reason is that the people who create those things cannot, even for a moment, free themselves from their mind, so they are never in touch with that place within where true creativity and beauty arise. The mind left to itself creates monstrosities, and not only in art galleries. Look at our urban landscapes and industrial wastelands. No civilization has ever produced so much ugliness.
What's PSN? Let's do a box fight one. Oh, PSN, is that a PlayStation or something? Are you drunk? No, I'm not drunk. I never drink alcohol. Never don't touch alcohol at all. When I became a Rastafarian, I stopped drinking alcohol. Rastafarians don't like it, and Rastafarians won't let you drink alcohol. And I became a Rastafarian before I became a junglist, and junglism is what I am now. I'm a junglist. Junglism is the next level after Rastafari. You have to go, first of all, you have to do Buddhism, then you do Zen, then you do King Solomon, then you do Jesus Christ, then you do Haile Selassie, and then you do Marcus Garvey. After Marcus Garvey, you do junglism. Junglism teaches you how to see 180 degrees and teaches you how to rectify your whole body and your mind to an optimum of performance, absolute optimum. And we've got a book called Pathfinder. Our book's called Pathfinder. But you need to understand the power of now before you can understand my book, really. That's why we're doing the power of now on here. And it's pointless me reading about my stuff, really, because you got to do the root. You got to do the foundation. The foundation is always what I'm doing right now. I'm meditating all day, and I was meditating all day yesterday as well. Don't do any work on the weekend. Don't watch any television. Don't do any email work. I just meditate on the weekend, which is just resting your body and resting your mind. And by resting your body and resting your mind, you can achieve a development on the body, a change, like a transformation. The more that you practice, the more that you practice doing nothing for a whole day, right? Like doing resting your body and resting your mind, so that your mind is not aimlessly thinking. Then resting the body and resting the mind is how you advance and get to the next level of awareness and alertness and creativity. And on a Monday morning when you go to work, you're far more productive. You've got great ideas coming out and stuff. People can say, "Oh, shut up," but I'm not going to shut up because there are people that like this, and I don't understand why you have to say, "Oh, shut up." I mean, I want to listen to you. Like, you're the authority over me, of course. Oh yeah, big authority. Well, I'm not really a genius. All I've done is just read books. That's what I've done. I've read etymology. Right, let's get back to this. Let's see what this is. Have we read this? Let's see.
Beauty arises in the stillness of your presence. What you have just described is something that I occasionally experience for brief moments when I am alone and surrounded by nature. Yes, Zen masters use the word satori to describe a flash of insight, a moment of no mind and total presence. Although satori is not a lasting transformation, be grateful when it comes, for it gives you a taste of enlightenment. You may, indeed, have experienced it many times without knowing what it is and realizing its importance. Presence is needed to become aware of the beauty, the majesty, the sacredness of nature. Have you ever gazed up into the infinity of space on a clear night, awestruck by the absolute stillness and inconceivable vastness of it? Have you listened, truly listened, to the sound of a mountain stream in the forest, or to the song of a blackbird at dusk on a quiet summer evening? To become aware of such things, the mind needs to be still. You have to put down for a moment your personal baggage of problems, of past and future, as well as all your knowledge. Otherwise, you will see but not see, hear but not hear. Your total presence is required. Beyond the beauty of the external forms, there is more here, something that cannot be named, something ineffable, some deep, inner, holy essence. Whenever and wherever there is bodhi, this inner essence shines through somehow. It only reveals itself to you when you are present. Could it be that this nameless essence and your presence are one and the same? Would it be there without your presence? Go deeply into it. Find out for yourself. When you experienced those moments of presence, you likely didn't realize that you were briefly in a state of non-mind. This is because the gap between that state and the influx of thought was too narrow. Your satori may only have lasted for a few seconds before the mind came in, but it was there. Otherwise, you would not have experienced the beauty. Mind can neither recognize nor create beauty. Only for a few seconds, while you were completely present, was that beauty or that sacredness there. Because of the narrowness of that gap and a lack of vigilance and alertness on your part, you were probably unable to see the fundamental difference between the perception, the thoughtless awareness of beauty, and the naming and interpreting of it as thought. The time gap was so small that it seemed to be a single process. The truth is, however, that the moment thought came in, all you had was a memory of it. The wider the time gap between perception and thought, the more depth there is to you as a human being, which is to say the more conscious you are. Many people are so imprisoned in their minds that the beauty of nature does not really exist for them. They might say, "What a pretty flower," but that's just a mechanical mental labeling, because they are not still, not present. They don't truly see the flower, don't feel its essence, its holiness, just as they don't know themselves, don't feel their own essence, their own holiness. Because we live in such a mind-dominated culture, most modern art, architecture, music, and literature are devoid of beauty, of inner essence, with very few exceptions. The reason is that the people who create those things cannot, even for a moment, free themselves from their mind, so they are never in touch with that place within where true creativity and beauty arise. The mind left to itself creates monstrosities, and not only in art galleries. Look at our urban landscapes and industrial wastelands. No civilization has ever produced so much ugliness.
Right, smoking is not that bad for you, really. It's only if you don't do exercise and if you don't make sure that your lungs are clear, basically. And smoking is not that bad for you, really. And I've been doing it for years, and I've been doing it since I was about 12 years old, and I'm now 44 years old. So, you know, I mean, I think that life, you're going to die anyway, so you might as well smoke a bit. And if that's what I think, I don't drink. So I do exercise, actually. I don't do actual exercise, I do walking, that's what I do. But walking is exercise. Anyway, let's get back to this. Well, some people want to listen to this.
Realizing pure consciousness. Is presence the same as being? When you become conscious of being, what is really happening is that being becomes conscious of itself. When being becomes conscious of itself, that's presence. Since being, consciousness, and life are synonymous, we could say that presence means consciousness becoming conscious of itself, or life attaining self-consciousness. But don't get attached to the words, and don't make an effort to understand this. There is nothing that you need to understand before you can become present. I do understand what you just said, but it seems to imply that being, the ultimate transcendental reality, is not yet complete, that it is undergoing a process of development. Does God need time for personal growth? Yes, but only as seen from the limited perspective of the manifested universe. In the Bible, God declares, "I am the Alpha and the Omega, and I am the living one." In the timeless realm where God dwells, which is also your home, the beginning and the end, the Alpha and the Omega, are one, and the essence of everything that ever has been and ever will be is eternally present in an unmanifested state of oneness and perfection, totally beyond anything the human mind can ever imagine or comprehend. In our world of seemingly separate forms, however, timeless perfection is an inconceivable concept. Here even consciousness, which is the light emanating from the eternal source, seems to be subject to a process of development, but this is due to our limited perception. It is not so in absolute terms. Nevertheless, let me continue to speak for a moment about the evolution of consciousness in this world. Everything that exists has being, has God essence, has some degree of consciousness. Even a stone has rudimentary consciousness. Otherwise, it would not be, and its atoms and molecules would disperse. Everything is alive. The sun, the earth, plants, animals, humans, all are expressions of consciousness in varying degrees. Consciousness manifesting as form. The world arises when consciousness takes on shapes and forms, thought forms and material forms. Look at the millions of life forms on this planet alone, in the sea, on land, in the air, and then each life form is replicated millions of times. To what end? Is someone or something playing a game with form? This is what the ancient seers of India asked themselves. They saw the world as Lila, a kind of divine game that God is playing. The individual life forms are obviously not very important in this game. In the sea, most life forms don't survive for more than a few minutes after being born. The human form turns to dust pretty quickly too, and when it is gone it is as if it had never been. Is that tragic or cruel? Only if you create a separate identity for each form. If you forget that its consciousness is God essence expressing itself in form. But you don't truly know that until you realize your own God essence is pure consciousness. If a fish is born in your aquarium and you call him John, write out a birth certificate, tell him about his family history, and 2 minutes later he gets eaten by another fish. That's tragic. But it's only tragic because you projected a separate self where there was none. You got hold of a fraction of a dynamic process, a molecular dance, and made a separate entity out of it. Consciousness takes on the disguise of forms until they reach such complexity that it completely loses itself in them. In present-day humans, consciousness is completely identified with its disguise. It only knows itself as form and therefore lives in fear of the annihilation of its physical or psychological form. This is the egoic mind, and this is where considerable dysfunction sets in. It now looks as if something had gone very wrong somewhere along the line of evolution. But even this is part of Lila, the divine game. Finally, the pressure of suffering created by this apparent dysfunction forces consciousness to disidentify from form and awakens it from its dream of form. It regains self-consciousness, but it is at a far deeper level than when it lost it. This process is explained by Jesus in his parable of the lost son, who leaves his father's home, squanders his wealth, becomes destitute, and is then forced by his suffering to return home. When he does, his father loves him more than
Right,
before.
what you can do, you
The
can
son's
WhatsApp
state is
me.
the same as it
I'll
was
type the number
before,
up.
yet
You
not
can
the
WhatsApp me
same.
here.
It has an added dimension
Let
of
me just
death.
get the
The
mouse.
parable describes a journey from
You
unconscious
can WhatsApp
perfection
me if you
through
want.
apparent
On the
imperfection
video
and evil
chat,
to
would be the best
conscious
thing.
perfection. Can you now see the deeper and wider significance of becoming present as the watcher of your mind? Whenever you watch the mind, you withdraw consciousness from mind forms, and it then becomes what we call the watcher or the witness. Consequently, the watcher, pure consciousness beyond form, becomes stronger,
You can
and the
video
mental
WhatsApp me.
formations become weaker. When we talk about watching the mind, we are personalizing an event that is truly of cosmic significance. Through you,
I don't know what
consciousness is
Discord
awakening
means or
out of its
Skype. I've
dream of
never used Skype,
identification
so
with form and
I
withdrawing
use
from form.
WhatsApp. And
This foreshadows, but is already
you can
part of,
email me
an
if you
event that
want.
is probably still in the
I'll type
distant
the email.
future as far as chronological time is concerned. The event is called the end of the world. When consciousness frees itself from its identification with physical and mental forms, it becomes what we may call pure or enlightened consciousness, or presence. This has already happened in a few individuals, and it seems destined to happen soon on a much larger scale, although there is no absolute guarantee that it will happen. Most humans are still in the grip of the egoic mode of consciousness, identified with their mind and run by their mind. If they do not free themselves from their mind in time, they will be destroyed by it. They will experience increasing confusion, conflict, violence, illness, despair, madness. Egoic mind has become like a sinking ship. If you don't get off, you will go down with it. The collective egoic mind is the most dangerously insane and destructive entity ever to inhabit this planet. What do you think will happen on this planet if human consciousness remains unchanged? Already for most humans, the only respite they find from their own minds is to occasionally revert to a level of consciousness below thought. Everyone does that every night during sleep. But this also happens to some extent through sex, alcohol, and other drugs that suppress excessive mind activity. If it weren't for alcohol, tranquilizers, antidepressants, as well as the illegal drugs, which are all consumed in vast quantities, the insanity of the human mind would become even more glaringly obvious than it is already. I believe that, if deprived of their drugs, a large part of the population would become a danger to themselves and others. These drugs, of course, simply keep you stuck in dysfunction. Their widespread use only delays the breakdown of the old mind structures and the emergence of higher consciousness. While individual users may get some relief from the daily torture inflicted on them by their minds, they are prevented from generating enough conscious presence to rise above thought and so find true liberation. Falling back to a level of consciousness below mind, which is the pre-thinking level of our distant ancestors and of animals and plants, is not an option for us. There is no way back. If human race is to survive, it will have to go on to the next stage.
Hello? Pardon? I don't know what you're going on about, bro. Pardon? What? I don't even know who you are. I don't know what you're going on about. I'm not breaking the law at all. I'm not breaking the law at all, so I don't know what you're going on about. I've got my own Wi-Fi. I've got my own Wi-Fi. I got my own Wi-Fi. I got my own Wi-Fi.
Consciousness is evolving throughout the universe.
Right, this is where we do now. We do this because I'm not dealing with that kind of nonsense. So we go here. That one. Right.
Realizing pure consciousness. Is presence the same as being? When you become conscious of being, what is really happening is that being becomes conscious of itself. When being becomes conscious of itself, that's presence. Since being, consciousness,
some weird people
and
out
life
there.
are synonymous,
But
we could
luckily
say
you can
that
put your
presence
phone
means
on Do Not
consciousness
Disturb and
becoming
stuff,
conscious
and
of
you can-
itself, or life attaining
I'll put it on Do Not Disturb
self-consciousness.
now.
But don't
and
get
I'm not
attached to
taking
the
shit
words,
like that.
and don't make an
You can
effort to
fuck right
understand
off,
this.
man.
There is nothing
That's what
that
you're
you
gonna
need
treat
to
me like.
understand before you can become present. I do understand what you just said, but it seems to imply that being, the ultimate transcendental reality, is not yet
You don't
complete,
ring me up
that
like
it is
that and
undergoing
think
a
you're gonna get
process
away
of
with it.
development. Does God need time for personal growth?
I could track
Yes,
that
but
number and
only
I
as
could hunt
seen
you
from the
down,
limited
actually.
perspective of the
Whoever that
manifested
was, I could hunt you
universe.
down.
In the
I could
Bible,
hunt you down
God
from that number.
declares, I am the Alpha and
I
the
could hunt you
Omega,
down.
and
I
I am
could.
the living one. In
Could
the
annihilate
timeless
you if I
realm
wanted
where
to.
God dwells, which is also your home, the beginning and the end,
But I won't
the
do
Alpha
that.
and
I
the
got
Omega,
mercy.
are one. And the essence of everything that ever has been and ever will be is eternally present in an unmanifested state of oneness and perfection, totally beyond anything the human mind can ever imagine or comprehend, in our world of seemingly separate forms. However, timeless perfection is an inconceivable concept. Here even consciousness, which is the light emanating from the eternal source, seems to be subject to a process of development, but this is due to our limited perception. It is not so in absolute terms. Nevertheless, let me continue to speak for a moment about the evolution of consciousness in this world. Everything that exists has being, has God essence, has some degree of consciousness. Even a stone has rudimentary consciousness. Otherwise, it would not be, and its atoms and molecules would disperse. Everything is alive. The sun, the earth, plants, animals, humans, all are expressions of consciousness in varying degrees. Consciousness manifesting as form. The world arises when consciousness takes on shapes and forms, thought forms and material forms. Look at the millions of life forms on this planet alone, in the sea, on land, in the air, and then each life form is replicated millions of times. To what end? Is someone or something playing a game with form? This is what the ancient seers of India asked themselves. They saw the world as Lila, a kind of divine game that God is playing. The individual life forms are obviously not very important in this game. In the sea, most life forms don't survive for more than a few minutes after being born. The human form turns to dust pretty quickly too, and when it is gone it is as if it had never been. Is that tragic or cruel? Only if you create a separate identity for each form, if you forget that its consciousness is God essence expressing itself in form. But you don't truly know that until you realize your own God essence as pure consciousness. If a fish is born in your aquarium and you call him John, write out a birth certificate, tell him about his family history, and 2 minutes later he gets eaten by another fish. That's tragic. But it's only tragic because you projected a separate self where there was none. You got hold of a fraction of a dynamic process, a molecular dance, and made a separate entity out of it. Consciousness takes on the disguise of forms until they reach such complexity that it completely loses itself in them. In present-day humans, consciousness is completely identified with its disguise. It only knows itself as form and therefore lives in fear of the annihilation of its physical or psychological form. This is the egoic mind, and this is where considerable dysfunction sets in. It now looks as if something had gone very wrong somewhere along the line of evolution. But even this is part of Lila, the divine game. Finally, the pressure of suffering created by this apparent dysfunction forces consciousness to disidentify from form and awakens it from its dream of form. It regains self-consciousness, but it is at a far deeper level than when it lost it. This process is explained by Jesus in his parable of the lost son, who leaves his father's home, squanders his wealth, becomes destitute, and is then forced by his suffering to return home. When he does, his father loves him more than before. The son's state is the same as it was before, yet not the same. It has an added dimension of depth. The parable describes a journey from unconscious perfection, through apparent imperfection and evil to conscious perfection. Can you now see the deeper and wider significance of becoming present as the watcher of your mind? Whenever you watch the mind, you withdraw consciousness from mind forms, and it then becomes what we call the watcher or the witness. Consequently, the watcher, pure consciousness beyond form, becomes stronger, and the mental formations become weaker. When we talk about watching the mind, we are personalizing an event that is truly of cosmic significance. Through you, consciousness is awakening out of its dream of identification with form and withdrawing from form. This foreshadows, but is already part of, an event that is probably still in the distant future as far as chronological time is concerned. The event is called the end of the world. When consciousness
Try
frees
WhatsApp.
itself from
Try
its
WhatsApp if you've got
identification with
WhatsApp.
physical and mental
I had
forms,
to do.
it becomes
Someone
what we
called
may
me
call
really
pure or
moody,
enlightened consciousness,
so I had
or
to
presence.
put it on Do Not
This has
Disturb.
already happened in a
But
few individuals,
I don't
and
know.
it
I mean,
seems destined to happen soon on a much larger scale. Although there is no absolute guarantee that it will happen.
you can try
Most
WhatsApp
humans
or
are still
text,
in the grip
or
of
I
the
mean,
egoic mode
or
of consciousness,
or
identified
even
with
you
their
can
mind and
try
run by their mind. If
email.
they do not free themselves from their mind in time, they will be destroyed by it. They will experience increasing confusion, conflict, violence, illness, despair, madness. Egoic mind has become like a sinking
I
ship.
should get the
If you
text
don't get
really.
off, you will go down with it. The collective egoic mind is the most dangerously insane and destructive entity ever to inhabit this planet. What do you think will happen on this planet if human consciousness remains unchanged? Already for most humans, the only respite they find from their own minds is to occasionally revert to a level of consciousness below thought. Everyone does that every night during sleep. But this also happens to some extent through sex, alcohol, and other drugs that suppress excessive mind activity. If it weren't for alcohol, tranquilizers, antidepressants, as well as the illegal drugs, which are all consumed in vast quantities, the insanity of the human mind would become even more glaringly obvious than it is already. I believe that, if deprived of their drugs, a large part of the population would become a danger to themselves and others. These drugs, of course, simply keep you stuck in dysfunction. Their widespread use only delays the breakdown of the old mind structures and the emergence of higher consciousness. While individual users may get some relief from the daily torture inflicted on them by their minds, they are prevented from generating enough conscious presence to rise above thought and so find true liberation. Falling back to a level of consciousness below mind, which is the pre-thinking level of our distant ancestors and of animals and plants, is not an option for us. There is no way back. If human race is to survive, it will have to go on to the next stage. Consciousness is evolving throughout the universe in billions of forms. So even if we didn't make it, this wouldn't matter on a cosmic scale. No gain in consciousness is ever lost, so it would simply express itself through some other form. But the very fact that I am speaking here and you are listening or reading this is a clear sign that the new consciousness is gaining a foothold on the planet. There is nothing personal in this. I am not teaching you. You are consciousness, and you are listening to yourself. There is an Eastern saying, the teacher and the taught together create the teaching. In any case, the words in themselves are not important. They are not the truth. They only point to it. I speak from presence, and as I speak, you may be able to join me in that state. Although every word that I use has a history, of course, and comes from the past, as all language does, the words that I speak to you now are carriers of the high energy frequency of presence, quite apart from the meaning they convey as words. Silence is an even more potent carrier of presence. So when you read this or listen to me speak, be aware of the silence between and underneath the words. Be aware of the gaps. To listen to the silence, wherever you are, is an easy and direct way of becoming present. Even if there is noise, there is always some silence underneath and in between the sounds. Listening to the silence immediately creates stillness inside you. Only the stillness in you can perceive the silence outside. And what is stillness other than presence? Consciousness freed from thought forms? Here is the living realization of what we have been talking about.
Someone asked earlier about Muslims. Well, a lot of my friends are Muslims, and I'm surrounded by Muslims in South Harrow. I mean, I get on very well with them, really. I mean, I get on with all the different people. I accept people with whatever structure they've got, and I don't try and inflict my ideas on them, really. I mean, it's up to them if they want to. I mean, they're entitled to a book of mine called Pathfinder. They take it usually, even the Muslims take it. the Muslims do read it. I mean, they like it. They like Pathfinder. My Muslim friends, they're into it. They won't become junglists though. They'll stay Muslims, but that's all right. I don't mind. Really, junglism is the pinnacle. It's after all the knowledge before. It's the accumulation. It's the culmination of knowledge to a point of perfection. So it really is, and it's taking all this power of now and all this stuff and doing it to obsession and taking it on board and practicing it. So it's by practicing on a daily basis or as often as you can. And when should you be conscious? Is it just during a practice session or is it all day? You should be conscious all day. So as you should be conscious all day, you should actually practice for a whole day from the moment you wake up to the moment you go to sleep. And that's what I do on the weekend. I don't do any actual work or anything that takes me away from meditation. I just meditate all day constantly. And that meditation transforms the mind, transforms the body in awareness. You see more and more each time you do it by listening. Because what you hear is what you see, and what you see is what you hear. Yeah, I meditate. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing it all day. I'm doing it right now. When my head moves, that is part of my meditation. Right, let's get on with the next part of the power of now. That was realizing pure consciousness. This is Christ, the reality of your divine presence.
Christ, the reality of your divine presence. Don't get attached to any one word. You can substitute Christ for presence, if that is more meaningful to you. Christ is your God essence or the self, as it is sometimes called in the East. The only difference between Christ and presence is that Christ refers to your indwelling divinity regardless of whether you are conscious of it or not, whereas presence means your awakened divinity or God essence. Many misunderstandings and false beliefs about Christ will clear if you realize that there is no past or future in Christ. To say that Christ was or will be is a contradiction in terms. Jesus was. He was a man who lived 2,000 years ago and realized divine presence, his true nature. And so he said, before Abraham was, I am. He did not say, I already existed before Abraham was born. That would have meant that he was still within the dimension of time and form identity. The words I am used in a sentence that starts in the past tense indicate a radical shift, a discontinuity in the temporal dimension. It is a Zen-like statement of great profundity. Jesus attempted to convey directly, not through discursive thought, the meaning of presence, of self-realization. He had gone beyond the consciousness dimension governed by time, into the realm of the timeless. The dimension of eternity had come into this world. Eternity, of course, does not mean endless time, but no time. Thus, the man Jesus became Christ, a vehicle for pure consciousness. And what is God's self-definition in the Bible? Did God say, I have always been, and I always will be? Of course not. That would have given reality to past and future. God said, I am that I am, no time here, just presence. The second coming of Christ is a transformation of human consciousness, a shift from time to presence, from thinking to pure consciousness, not the arrival of some man or woman. If Christ were to return tomorrow in some externalized form, what could he or she possibly say to you other than this? I am the truth. I am divine presence. I am eternal life. I am within you. I am here. I am now. Never personalize Christ. Don't make Christ into a form identity. Avatars, divine mothers, enlightened masters, the very few that are real, are not special as persons, without a false self to uphold, defend, and feed. They are more simple, more ordinary than the ordinary man or woman. Anyone with a strong ego would regard them as insignificant or, more likely, not see them at all. If you are drawn to an enlightened teacher, it is because there is already enough presence in you to recognize presence in another. There were many people who did not recognize Jesus or the Buddha, as there are and always have been many people who are drawn to false teachers. Egos are drawn to bigger egos. Darkness cannot recognize light. Only light can recognize light. So don't believe that the light is outside you or that it can only come through one particular form. If only your master is an incarnation of God, then who are you? Any kind of exclusivity is identification with form, and identification with form means ego, no matter how well disguised. Use the master's presence to reflect your own identity beyond name and form back to you and to become more intensely present yourself. You will soon realize that there is no mine or yours in presence. Presence is one. Group work can also be helpful for intensifying the light of your presence. A group of people coming together in a state of presence generates a collective energy field of great intensity. It not only raises the degree of presence of each member of the group but also helps to free the collective human consciousness from its current state of mind dominance. This will make the state of presence increasingly more accessible to individuals. However, unless at least one member of the group is already firmly established in it and thus can hold the energy frequency of that state, the egoic mind can easily reassert itself and sabotage the group's endeavors. Although group work is invaluable, it is not enough, and you must not come to depend on it, nor must you come to depend on a teacher or a master, except during the transitional period, when you are learning the meaning and practice of presence. Being is your deepest self. You spoke earlier about the importance of having deep roots within or inhabiting the body. Can you explain what you meant by that? The body can become a point of access into the realm of being. Let's go into that more deeply now. I am still not quite sure if I fully understand what you mean by being. Water? What do you mean by that? I don't understand it. This is what a fish would say if it had a human mind. Please stop trying to understand being. You have already had significant glimpses of being. But the mind will always
Bye.
try to squeeze it into a little
Take
box
it
and then
easy.
put a label on it. It cannot be done. It cannot become an object of knowledge. In being, subject and object merge into one. Being can be felt as the ever-present I am that is beyond name and form. To feel and thus to know that you are and to abide in that deeply rooted state is enlightenment, is the truth that Jesus says will make you free. Free from what? Free from the illusion that you are nothing more than your physical body and your mind. This illusion of the self, as the Buddha calls it, is the core error. Free from fear in its countless disguises as the inevitable consequence of that illusion. The fear that is your constant tormentor as long as you derive your sense of self only from this ephemeral and vulnerable form. And free from sin, which is the suffering you unconsciously inflict on yourself and others as long as this illusory sense of self governs what you think, say, and do. Look beyond the words. I don't like the word sin. It implies that I am being judged and found guilty. I can understand that. Over the centuries, many erroneous views and interpretations have accumulated around words such as sin, due to ignorance, misunderstanding, or a desire to control, but they contain an essential core of truth. If you are unable to look beyond such interpretations and so cannot recognize the reality to which the word points, then don't use it. Don't get stuck on the level of words. A word is no more than a means to an end. It's an abstraction, not unlike a signpost. It points beyond itself. The word honey isn't honey. You can study and talk about honey for as long as you like, but you won't really know it until you taste it. After you have tasted it, the word becomes less important to you. You won't be attached to it anymore. Similarly, you can talk or think about God continuously for the rest of your life. But does that mean you know or have even glimpsed the reality to which the word points? It really is no more than an obsessive attachment to a signpost, a mental idol. The reverse also applies. If, for whatever reason, you disliked the word honey, that might prevent you from ever tasting it. If you had a strong aversion to the word God, which is a negative form of attachment, you may be denying not just the word but also the reality to which it points. You would be cutting yourself off from the possibility of experiencing that reality. All this is, of course, intrinsically connected with being identified with your mind. So, if a word doesn't work for you anymore, then drop it and replace it with one that does work. If you don't like the word sin, then call it unconsciousness or insanity. That may get you closer to the truth, the reality behind the word, than a long misused word like sin, and leaves little room for guilt. I don't like those words either. They imply that there is something wrong with me. I am being judged. Of course there is something wrong with you, and you are not being judged. I don't mean to offend you personally, but do you not belong to the human race that killed over 100 million members of its own species in the 20th century alone? You mean guilt by association? It is not a question of guilt, but as long as you are run by the egoic mind, you are part of the collective insanity. Perhaps you haven't looked very deeply into the human condition in its state of dominance by the egoic mind. Open your eyes and see the fear, the despair, the greed, and the violence that are all pervasive. See the heinous cruelty and suffering on an unimaginable scale that humans have inflicted and continue to inflict on each other as well as on other life forms on the planet. You don't need to condemn. Just observe. That is sin. That is insanity. That is unconsciousness. Above all, don't forget to observe your own mind. Seek out the root of the insanity there.
Finding your invisible and indestructible reality.
Finding your invisible and indestructible reality. You said that identification with our physical form is part of the illusion. So how can the body, the physical form, bring you to a realization of being? The body that you can see and touch cannot take you into being. But that visible and tangible body is only an outer shell, or rather a limited and distorted perception of a deeper reality. In your natural state of connectedness with being, this deeper reality can be felt every moment as the invisible inner body, the animating presence within you. So to inhabit the body is to feel the body from within, to feel the life inside the body and thereby come to know that you are beyond the outer form. But that is only the beginning of an inward journey that will take you ever more deeply into a realm of great stillness and peace, yet also of great power and vibrant life. At first, you may only get fleeting glimpses of it, but through them you will begin to realize that you are not just a meaningless fragment in an alien universe, briefly suspended between birth and death, allowed a few short-lived pleasures followed by pain and ultimate annihilation. Underneath your outer form, you are connected with something so vast, so immeasurable and sacred, that it cannot be conceived or spoken of. Yet I am speaking of it now. I am speaking of it not to give you something to believe in but to show you how you can know it for yourself. You are cut off from being as long as your mind takes up all your attention. When this happens, and it happens continuously for most people, you are not in your body. The mind absorbs all your consciousness and transforms it into mind stuff. You cannot stop thinking. Compulsive thinking has become a collective disease. Your whole sense of who you are is then derived from mind activity. Your identity, as it is no longer rooted in being, becomes a vulnerable and ever needy mental construct, which creates fear as the predominant underlying emotion. The one thing that truly matters is then missing from your life: awareness of your deeper self, your invisible and indestructible reality. To become conscious of being, you need to reclaim consciousness from the mind. This is one of the most essential tasks on your spiritual journey. It will free vast amounts of consciousness that previously had been trapped in useless and compulsive thinking. A very effective way of doing this is simply to take the focus of your attention away from thinking and direct it into the body, where being can be felt in the first instance as the invisible energy field that gives life to what you perceive as the physical body. Connecting with the inner body. Please try it now. You may find it helpful to close your eyes for this practice. Later on, when being in the body has become natural and easy, this will no longer be necessary. Direct your attention into the body. Feel it from within. Is it alive? Is there life in your hands, arms, legs, and feet? In your abdomen, your chest? Can you feel the subtle energy field that pervades the entire body and gives vibrant life to every organ and every cell? Can you feel it simultaneously in all parts of the body as a single field of energy? Keep focusing on the feeling of your inner body for a few moments. Do not start to think about it. Feel it. The more attention you give it, the clearer and stronger this feeling will become. It will feel as if every cell is becoming more alive, and if you have a strong visual sense, you may get an image of your body becoming luminous. Although such an image can help you temporarily, pay more attention to the feeling than to any image that may arise. An image, no matter how beautiful or powerful, is already defined in form, so there is less scope for penetrating more deeply. The feeling of your inner body is formless, limitless, and unfathomable. You can always go into it more deeply. If you cannot feel very much at this stage, pay attention to whatever you can feel. Perhaps there is just a slight tingling in your hands or feet. That's good enough for the moment. Just focus on the feeling. Your body is coming alive. Later, we will practice some more. Please open your eyes now, but keep some attention in the inner energy field of the body even as you look around the room. The inner body lies at the threshold between your form identity and your essence identity, your true nature. Never lose touch with it. Transformation through the body. Why have most religions condemned or denied the body? It seems that spiritual seekers have always regarded the body as a hindrance or even as sinful. Why have so few seekers become finders? On the level of the body, humans are very close to animals. All the basic bodily functions, pleasure, pain, breathing, eating, drinking, defecating, sleeping, the drive to find a mate and procreate, and of course birth and death, we share with the animals. A long time after their fall from a state of grace and oneness into illusion, humans suddenly woke up in what seemed to be an animal body, and they found this very disturbing. Don't fool yourself. You are no more than an animal. This seemed to be the truth that was staring them in the face, but it was too disturbing a truth to tolerate. Adam and Eve saw that they were naked, and they became afraid. Unconscious denial of their animal nature set in very quickly. The threat that they might be taken over by powerful instinctual drives and revert back to complete unconsciousness was indeed a very real one. Shame and taboos appeared around certain parts of the body and bodily functions, especially sexuality. The light of their consciousness was not yet strong enough to make friends with their animal nature, to allow it to be and even enjoy that aspect of themselves, let alone to go deeply into it to find the divine hidden within it, the reality within the illusion. So they did what they had to do. They began to disassociate from their body. They now saw themselves as having a body, rather than just being it. When religions arose, this disassociation became even more pronounced as the "you are not your body" belief. Countless people in East and West throughout the ages have tried to find God, salvation, or enlightenment through denial of the body. This took the form of denial of sense pleasures and of sexuality in particular, fasting, and other ascetic practices. They even inflicted pain on the body in an attempt to weaken or punish it because they regarded it as sinful. In Christianity, this used to be called mortification of the flesh. Others tried to escape from the body by entering trance states or seeking out-of-body experiences. Many still do. Even the Buddha is said to have practiced body denial through fasting and extreme forms of asceticism for 6 years, but he did not attain enlightenment until after he had given up this practice. The fact is that no one has ever become enlightened through denying or fighting the body or through an out-of-body experience. Although such an experience can be fascinating and can give you a glimpse of the state of liberation from the material form, in the end you will always have to return to the body, where the essential work of transformation takes place. Transformation is through the body, not away from it. This is why no true master has ever advocated fighting or leaving the body, although their mind-based followers often have. Of the ancient teachings concerning the body, only certain fragments survive, such as Jesus' statement that your whole body will be filled with light, or they survive as myths, such as the belief that Jesus never relinquished his body but remained one with it and ascended into heaven with it. Almost no one to this day has understood those fragments or the hidden meaning of certain myths, and the "you are not your body" belief has prevailed universally, leading to body denial and attempts to escape from the body. Countless seekers have thus been prevented from attaining spiritual realization for themselves and becoming finders. Is it possible to recover the lost teachings on the significance of the body or to reconstruct them from the existing fragments? There is no need for that. All spiritual teachings originate from the same source. In that sense, there is and always has been only one master, who manifests in many different forms. I am that master, and so are you, once you are able to access the source within. And the way to it is through the inner body. Although all spiritual teachings originate from the same source, once they become verbalized and written down, they are obviously no more than collections of words, and a word is nothing but a signpost. As we talked about earlier, all such teachings are signposts pointing the way back to the source. I have already spoken of the truth that is hidden within your body, but I will summarize for you again the lost teachings of the masters. So here is another signpost. Please endeavor to feel your inner body as you read or listen. Sermon on the Body. What you perceive as a dense physical structure called the body, which is subject to disease, old age, and death, is not ultimately real, is not you. It is a misperception of your essential reality that is beyond birth and death, and is due to the limitations of your mind, which, having lost touch with being, creates the body as evidence of its illusory belief in separation and to justify its state of fear. But do not turn away from the body, for within that symbol of impermanence, limitation, and death that you perceive as the illusory creation of your mind is concealed the splendor of your essential and immortal reality. Do not turn your attention elsewhere in your search for the truth, for it is nowhere else to be found but within your body. Do not fight against the body, for in doing so you are fighting against your own reality. You are your body. The body that you can see and touch is only a thin illusory veil. Underneath it lies the invisible inner body, the doorway into being, into life unmanifested. Through the inner body, you are inseparably connected to this unmanifested one life, birthless, deathless, eternally present. Through the inner body, you are forever one with God. Have deep roots within. The key is to be in a state of permanent connectedness with your inner body, to feel it at all times. This will rapidly deepen and transform your life. The more consciousness you direct into the inner body, the higher its vibrational frequency becomes, much like a light that grows brighter as you turn up the dimmer switch and so increase the flow of electricity. At this higher energy level, negativity cannot affect you anymore, and you tend to attract new circumstances that reflect this higher frequency. If you keep your attention in the body as much as possible, you will be anchored in the now. You won't lose yourself in the external world, and you won't lose yourself in your mind. Thoughts and emotions, fears and desires, may still be there to some extent, but they won't take you over. Please examine where your attention is at this moment. You are listening to me, or you are reading these words in a book. That is the focus of your attention. You are also peripherally aware of your surroundings, other people, and so on. Furthermore, there may be some mind activity around what you are hearing or reading, some mental commentary, yet there is no need for any of this to absorb all your attention. See if you can be in touch with your inner body at the same time. Keep some of your attention within. Don't let it all flow out. Feel your whole body from within, as a single field of energy. It is almost as if you were listening or reading with your whole body. Let this be your practice in the days and weeks to come. Do not give all your attention away to the mind and the external world. By all means focus on what you are doing, but feel the inner body at the same time whenever possible. Stay rooted within. Then observe how this changes your state of consciousness and the quality of what you are doing whenever you are waiting. Wherever it may be, use that time to feel the inner body. In this way, traffic jams and lines become very enjoyable. Instead of mentally projecting yourself away from the now, go more deeply into the now by going more deeply into the body. The art of inner body awareness will develop into a completely new way of living, a state of permanent connectedness with being, and will add a depth to your life that you have never known before. It is easy to stay present as the observer of your mind when you are deeply rooted within your body. No matter what happens on the outside, nothing can shake you anymore, unless you stay present, and inhabiting your body is always an essential aspect of it. You will continue to be run by your mind, the script in your head that you learned a long time ago. The conditioning of your mind will dictate your thinking and your behavior. You may be free of it for brief intervals, but rarely for long. This is especially true when something goes wrong or there is some loss or upset. Your conditioned reaction will then be involuntary, automatic, and predictable, fueled by the one basic emotion that underlies the mind-identified state of consciousness, fear. So when such challenges come, as they always do, make it a habit to go within at once and focus as much as you can on the inner energy field of your body. This need not take long, just a few seconds, but you need to do it the moment that the challenge presents itself. Any delay will allow a conditioned mental emotional reaction to arise and take you over. When you focus within and feel the inner body, you immediately become still and present as you are withdrawing consciousness from the mind. If a response is required in that situation, it will come up from this deeper level. Just as the sun is infinitely brighter than a candle flame, there is infinitely more intelligence in being than in your mind. As long as you are in conscious contact with your inner body, you are like a tree that is deeply rooted in the earth, or a building with a deep and solid foundation. The latter analogy is used by Jesus in the generally misunderstood parable of the two men who build a house. One man builds it on the sand, without a foundation, and when the storms and floods come, the house is swept away. The other man digs deep until he reaches the rock, then builds his house, which is not swept away by the floods.
Someone always has to ruin the public line, and I haven't got a public line anymore, and I still have got another phone that they can call, but I mean, it's just ridiculous. I should have taken the number down or changed it or something, but it doesn't matter. I can always put it on silent, I suppose, or just silence the calls, but I mean, just put them on the scorn list or something. It's just a nuisance. These people are nuisances. I don't know why they bother. What are they trying to achieve? Before you enter the body, forgive.
Before you enter the body, forgive. I felt very uncomfortable when I tried to put my attention on the inner body. There was a feeling of agitation and some nausea, so I haven't been able to experience what you are talking about. What you felt was a lingering emotion that you were probably unaware of, until you started putting some attention into the body. Unless you first give it some attention, the emotion will prevent you from gaining access to the inner body, which lies at a deeper level underneath it. Attention does not mean that you start thinking about it. It means to just observe the emotion, to feel it fully, and so to acknowledge and accept it as it is. Some emotions are easily identified: anger, fear, grief, and so on. Others may be much harder to label. They may just be vague feelings of unease, heaviness, or constriction, halfway between an emotion and a physical sensation. In any case, what matters is not whether you can attach a mental label to it, but whether you can bring the feeling of it into awareness as much as possible. Attention is the key to transformation, and full attention also implies acceptance. Attention is like a beam of light, the focused power of your consciousness that transmutes everything into itself. In a fully functional organism, an emotion has a very short lifespan. It is like a momentary ripple or wave on the surface of your being. When you are not in your body, however, an emotion can survive inside you for days or weeks, or join with other emotions of a similar frequency that have merged and become the pain body, a parasite that can live inside you for years, feed on your energy, lead to physical illness, and make your life miserable. So place your attention on feeling the emotion, and check whether your mind is holding on to a grievance pattern such as blame, self-pity, or resentment that is feeding the emotion. If that is the case, it means that you haven't forgiven. Non-forgiveness is often toward another person or yourself, but it may just as well be toward any situation or condition, past, present, or future, that your mind refuses to accept. Yes, there can be non-forgiveness even with regard to the future. This is the mind's refusal to accept uncertainty, to accept that the future is ultimately beyond its control. Forgiveness is to relinquish your grievance and so to let go of grief. It happens naturally once you realize that your grievance serves no purpose except to strengthen a false sense of self. Forgiveness is to offer no resistance to life, to allow life to live through you. The alternatives are pain and suffering, a greatly restricted flow of life energy, and in many cases physical disease. The moment you truly forgive, you have reclaimed your power from the mind. Non-forgiveness is the very nature of the mind. Just as the mind-made false self, the ego, cannot survive without strife and conflict. The mind cannot forgive. Only you can. You become present. You enter your body. You feel the vibrant peace and stillness that emanate from being. That is why Jesus said, before you enter the temple, forgive.
Right, that was before the enter body. Before you enter the body, forgive. Forgiveness is so important. I mean, if you don't believe me, it's just an amazing thing.
Your link with the unmanifested. What is the relationship between presence and the inner body? Presence is pure consciousness, consciousness that has been reclaimed from the mind, from the world of form. The inner body is your link with the unmanifested, and in its deepest aspect is the unmanifested, the source from which consciousness emanates. As light emanates from the sun, awareness of the inner body is consciousness remembering its origin and returning to the source. Is the unmanifested the same as being? Yes. The word unmanifested attempts, by way of negation, to express that which cannot be spoken, thought, or imagined. It points to what it is by saying what it is not. Being, on the other hand, is a positive term. Please don't get attached to either of these words or start believing in them. They are no more than signposts. You said that presence is consciousness that has been reclaimed from the mind. Who does the reclaiming? You do. But since in your essence you are consciousness, we might as well say that it is an awakening of consciousness from the dream of form. This does not mean that your own form will instantly vanish in an explosion of light. You can continue in your present form yet be aware of the formless and deathless deep within you. I must admit that this is way beyond my comprehension, and yet on some deeper level I seem to know what you are talking about. It's more like a feeling than anything else. Am I deceiving myself? No, you are not. Feeling will get you closer to the truth of who you are than thinking. I cannot tell you anything that deep within you don't already know. When you have reached a certain stage of interconnectedness, you recognize the truth when you hear it. If you haven't reached that stage yet, the practice of body awareness will bring about the deepening that is necessary.
Your link with the unmanifested. Right. Slowing down the aging process.
Slowing down the aging process. In the meantime, awareness of the inner body has other benefits in the physical realm. One of them is a significant slowing down of the aging of the physical body, whereas the outer
I think
body
we'll put
normally
some music
appears to
on
grow
now.
old
I
and
think
wither
we'll put-
fairly quickly.
Let's have a
The
look
inner
and see how many we've got left of this. It's got a few, so we'll leave it on slowing down the aging process. Actually, what we'll do, we'll just check the messages and see what goes on here. Right, we've got 5 missed calls. Right, what's this? Plenty of places calling us up. All right. Well, I'm not going to call them back. Plenty of places calling us. Let's have a look at the messages. Let's have a look at this. Right. Right. Let's have a look at this. I don't know what that's for because I never applied for that. So I've got no idea what that's for. Kickback. Do you know WhatsApp? Yeah, there is a WhatsApp. Oh, we've got a missed call. Right, let's have a look here.
We smoke coke over here, right? We've got the mixing desk. We've got everything we need, mate. You know what I mean? Just people like you that keep going on like bloody crack calls when they ain't, mate. Any woman, any man can be a prostitute or a rent boy, cocaine or not, yeah? The people's attitude towards ladies and people that smoke cocaine is not right. What, smoke your high-grade skunk that boggles your brain? I like stimulants to keep me going. Don't put me to sleep, let me cough and choke all the time, yeah? So remember that when you're going about Simon and his crack habit, yeah? How Simon doesn't get nothing done. Simon this. Simon tells the truth, mate, yeah? Right, remember that.
Right, we got a call from this person. This message was deleted. All right. Okay, we just leave it for now and see what happens. It's all right. We'll just leave it like that. Yeah. Right, lots of missed calls. Right. Well, I'm only accepting text messages now. I mean, if you call me up, I'm not going to call you back. I'm not going to go through all that bullshit that, you know what I mean? It's just not worth it. It's just not worth the bullshit. It's not worth the hassle. People just want to do prank shit and just wind you up and try and do jokey stuff or whatever it is. Well, I don't know why you're calling me up just to have a go at me. Why call me up and have a go at me? It's not very nice. I'm at work at the moment. And why do I have to have people calling me up with irate attitudes when I'm not doing anything wrong? You know, that's the sort of person that ends up anyway. Because that's disrespect. And in gangster law, that's anyway. It is disrespect. And you shouldn't disrespect the boss of London. I don't recommend it. I just don't recommend it. If you want to be nice, you can always donate some money if you want. If you want to ensure that you get a protection. The more money you give me, the more protection you'll get. That's a certain thing. I'll make that. I can only do this in Harrow, but in Harrow I can create a protection. I can do this. I'd like to do that actually. I mean, if you give me money, I'll protect you. I mean, we'll create it. We'll do it. We can actually create a protection zone or something, or some sort of protection. I mean, it is possible. Or if you don't give the money over, well, then you're leaving it to chance. And there is a proverb that says that your armor is your mind, therefore every wound is self-inflicted. Now, it can be like that, but you know. Anyway, let's go back to playing some of this. So this is slowing down the aging process.
Slowing down the aging process. In the meantime, awareness of the inner body has other benefits in the physical realm. One of them is a significant slowing down of the aging of the physical body. Whereas the outer body normally appears to grow old and wither fairly quickly, the inner body does not change with time, except that you may feel it more deeply and become it more fully. If you are 20 years old now, the energy field of fire inner body will feel just the same when you are 80. It will be just as vibrantly alive. As soon as your habitual state changes from being out of the body and trapped in your mind to being in the body and present in the now, your physical body will feel lighter, clearer, more alive. As there is more consciousness in the body, its molecular structure actually becomes less dense. More consciousness means a lessening of the illusion of materiality. When you become identified more with the timeless inner body than with the outer body, when presence becomes your normal mode of consciousness and past and future no longer dominate your attention, you do not accumulate time anymore in your psyche and in the cells of the body. The accumulation of time as the psychological burden of past and future greatly impairs the cell's capacity for self-renewal. So if you inhabit the inner body, the outer body will grow old at a much slower rate. And even when it does, your timeless essence will shine through the outer form, and you will not give the appearance of an old person. Is there any scientific evidence for this? Try it out and you will be the evidence.
Right, that was slowing down the aging process. If I read out the title, you can only read out the title. If you want to hear a particular one, you can only read out the title and I can find it and play it for you. This is
Strengthening the immune system.
hang on a minute. This is strengthening the immune system. Strengthening the immune system.
Strengthening the immune system. Another benefit of this practice in the physical realm is a great strengthening of the immune system, which occurs when you inhabit the body. The more consciousness you bring into the body, the stronger the immune system becomes. It is as if every cell awakens and rejoices. The body loves your attention. It is also a potent form of self-healing. Most illnesses creep in when you are not present in the body. If the master is not present in the house, all kinds of shady characters will take up residence there. When you inhabit your body, it will be hard for unwanted guests to enter. It is not only your physical immune system that becomes strengthened. Your psychic immune system is greatly enhanced as well. The latter protects you from the negative mental emotional force fields of others, which are highly contagious. Inhabiting the body protects you not by putting up a shield, but by raising the frequency vibration of your total energy field, so that anything that vibrates at a lower frequency, such as fear, anger, depression, and so on, now exists in what is virtually a different order of reality. It doesn't enter your field of consciousness anymore, or if it does, you don't need to offer any resistance to it because it passes right through you. Please don't just accept or reject what I am saying. Put it to the test. There is a simple but powerful self-healing meditation that you can do whenever you feel the need to boost your immune system. It is particularly effective if used when you feel the first symptoms of an illness, but it also works with illnesses that are already entrenched if you use it at frequent intervals and with an intense focus. It will also counteract any disruption of your energy field by some form of negativity. However, it is not a substitute for the moment-to-moment practice of being in the body. Otherwise, its effect will only be temporary. Here it is. When you are unoccupied for a few minutes, and especially last thing at night before falling asleep and first thing in the morning before getting up, flood your body with consciousness. Close your eyes. Lie flat on your back. Choose different parts of your body to focus your attention on briefly at first. Hands, feet, arms, legs, abdomen, chest, head, and so on. Feel the life energy inside those parts as intensely as you can. Stay with each part for 15 seconds or so. Then let your attention run through the body like a wave a few times, from feet to head and back again. This need only take a minute or so. After that, feel the inner body in its totality, as a single field of energy. Hold that feeling for a few minutes. Be intensely present during that time. present in every cell of your body. Don't be concerned if the mind occasionally succeeds in drawing your attention out of the body and you lose yourself in some thought. As soon as you notice that this has happened, just return your attention to the inner body.
That's strengthening the immune system. Now we're going to move on to let the breath take you into the body.
Let the breath take you into the body. At times, when my mind has been very active, it has acquired such momentum that I find it impossible to take my attention away from it and feel the inner body. This happens particularly when I get into a worry or anxiety pattern. Do you have any suggestions? If at any time you are finding it hard to get in touch with the inner body, it is usually easier to focus on your breathing first. Conscious breathing, which is a powerful meditation in its own right, will gradually put you in touch with the body. Follow the breath with your attention as it moves in and out of your body. Breathe into the body, and feel your abdomen expanding and contracting slightly with each inhalation and exhalation. If you find it easy to visualize, close your eyes and see yourself surrounded by light or immersed in a luminous substance, a sea of consciousness. Then breathe in that light. Feel that luminous substance filling up your body and making it luminous also. Then gradually focus more on the feeling. You are now in your body. Don't get attached to any visual image. Creative use of mind. If you need to use your mind for a specific purpose, use it in conjunction with your inner body. Only if you are able to be conscious without thought can you use your mind creatively, and the easiest way to enter that state is through your body. Whenever an answer, a solution, or a creative idea is needed, stop thinking for a moment by focusing attention on your inner energy field. Become aware of the stillness. When you resume thinking, it will be fresh and creative. In any thought activity, make it a habit to go back and forth every few minutes or so between thinking and an inner kind of listening, an inner stillness. We could say, don't just think with your head, think with your whole body.
Right, that was nice and short. Creative use of mind. Right, that's what I do all the time. I can do it all the time. I can do it now if I want. I'm very creative indeed.
The art of listening. When listening to another person,
Hang on a
don't
minute,
just
let's start
listen.
that again. This is the art of listening. The art of listening. Now, I want to say something on listening as well. Listening is the most important thing you'll ever do in your life. Listening to others, listening to all the views, and you can discover stuff yourself as well, but listening to others, you can learn by you don't have to make the same mistakes. You can learn about mistakes people have made, or I mean, there is no path to success without failure. There is no path to success without failure. You have to fail. You have to fail. All these tunes that I've got here now, they were all failures, really. They were all failures. None of the labels would ever have signed them. And now I've got them on my station, and I think they're quite good tunes actually, and I quite like them. And I'm starting a new thing now where people can email me their music and I promote it for them. I promote their music here, and if I've got a lot of listeners, well, that's going to help them out. I mean, it's going to help them in the long run. Let's listen to a song now, actually. Let's listen to a song now.
Play, let it play. Yeah, we are in the studio. Free flow. Soul Tower. Yeah. Soul Tower style. Wicked and wild. I know the girls in the line of style. Free flow. They love the profile, of course. Up. But you know, so we're up with it. We are up with it. We are up with it. Yeah. We are up with it. We are up with it. On the mic, we are up with it. Free flow. That's how it goes. In the London town. Right about now. Yeah. Rocking to the beat. talking to the beat, eyes open, can't fall asleep. I don't know what sleep is, I don't wanna sleep anymore. I just wanna rock to the beat and do some free flow. Watch how this story go. We on the microphone right now. We dropping 2 beat, 3 beat, 1, 2, 3. So we drop it all day, all night. So we drop it all day, all night, all day, all night. So we drop it on the beat and me the on the mic. Drop me a drop it free flow all night. Straight till the morning non-stop to the beat. Step on the microphone and chat to the beat. Yeah, beat all day, beat all day. So we drop the music on the beat all day, on the beat all night. Yeah. Right about now, Johnny. Rhythm, 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 oh. Aye. Right now, me feel irate. Me feel irate. Something I got stress, some tunes, so make this place feel more irate. No filter, and me say me no filter, and me a go chat on the mic all day, all night. You know the youth them can get tired, especially when they come in the tune on the mic. Say me chat them all day, me chat them all night. So me drop the floor and say me drop me feel nice. Step on the mic and the phone.
Robert Swat. Bruh. Alright. How's it going, man, Robert? How you doing? You alright? Robot Swat. Robert, I thought. Robot. Alright. How are you doing? You alright? You okay? You got a Spotify page or something? No, I've got no. All I've got is YouTube, and that is it, really. You can go through my Prof.Johnny Rankin. Prof.Johnny Rankin. There's some music in there, and there's one song on here as well. But really, what I do is I just broadcast. And what if you have to do, if you want to listen to it, you just have to come and check out the streams, really. And all the latest music's here anyway. There's some old music released, but I mean that was years ago, and I don't really release anymore. I've gone off it because I've just gone off it. I haven't registered any music since 2017. I haven't registered one track, and I got a whole load of tracks from before that I need to register as well. So I just haven't got around to registering, and releasing actually takes a lot of time. Emailing and uploading and stuff. I haven't really got the time to release music. I haven't got the time, sorry. But you're welcome to tune in here and check it out.
So we talk night, we talk about the big bad rhythm. Yo, something new. Watch it now. You don't know. Yeah. Right about now.
It's basically just Eastside Television. That's where you hear this music, really. On Eastside Television or Prof.Johnny Rankin. That's the place to hear it. I might release something again if I can get around to making the video, but I've got to make the video, and the video takes time. I have to shut down the internet. I have to shut down my broadcast to make the video as well. So I need to get another computer, really, before I can do it. And that's not going to happen until at least next year, because this year I'm not spending a penny on equipment unless something breaks or something. If something breaks, I might have to replace it. But I can't see what's going to break really in 1 year, because these microphones are solid. And that's the only thing they've got out there, and that's the only thing that they've got. And they can't touch anything else, and they're not allowed in here. No one's allowed in this room except me. If you catch anyone in here, you got to let me know. No one's allowed in here except me. So if you hear anyone else's voice in here, you got to let me know. The streams are several hours long though, so discovering individual songs is kind of hard. Yeah, I know, but what you can do, you can request them. Like, if I read this out, this is C10 all night, and what you can do, you can ask me to say if I don't mention what it's called, you can ask me what it's called, and I can have a look on the computer and I can see what it's called, and then you can just quote the number. C10 all night, this is C10 all night, and you can just request it. You can request it anytime you want. If you want to hear this again, C10 all night. Just write C10 all night. Even if you just put C10, it'd be enough. But put C10 all night, and it'll help. It just helps to look for that. Yeah, it just helps, doesn't it? I mean, I'll try and read out the titles this time so that you can request them if you want. Do you want to hear that again? Do you want me to reload it? I can always reload it. It's just finished now. You can play it again if you want. It's up to you, really.
2 bars left, 1 bar left, 1 bar left, 1 bar left. Rhythm there.
Right, this is a track called C19 Walking. There's no vocals in this, it's just instrumental. It's like a meditation, sort of relaxation vibe, sort of Sunday afternoon vibe. We're trying to play some Sunday afternoon it's in a previous video. Is it? All right. Oh, you've been watching, have you? Sorry, I didn't really know. I didn't know. Right. Yeah, they're probably all in the previous video, to be honest with you. All these songs have been played, really. I've got to make some new ones. I'm doing it this week. Don't worry, I'm getting in the studio this week. I'm going to finish off that tune that I started. Not the week just gone, the week before. I started a tune, but I never finished it. I've got to play the bass line on it. I'm going to do that. Well, maybe tomorrow. It depends. I've got to do these jobs that are in my book first. That's my priority, to get them jobs done. When I got them jobs done, then I can get in the studio. But I have to do my clerical work first. I have to check the emails. Let's write that down. Check emails. We've got to check the emails tomorrow, and that's something we need to do. So, you know, that's one of the jobs that I got to do tomorrow. It's like a business, really. On the weekend, I have time off from email, but I don't know what's going to be there on Monday morning. I've got no idea. I'm not going to go and check it now. I mean, there's no point. Wait till tomorrow. There'll be about 20 or 30 or 40 emails, but I'll deal with them all tomorrow. Right, this is a quite a good track. This one.
Let's stop all the fussing and fighting.
I don't know if it is actually. I thought it was something else, but it's actually me doing the vocals.
The fussing and fighting.
Have a listen to it and see what you think.
Let's stop all the fussing and fighting. Let's stop all the fussing and fighting. Because when you hurt me, you hurt you. And when you hurt you, you hurt me. But mainly, you hurt yourself. Fussing and fighting, that's what it's all about. The pain lives forever in a story, like depression, like mental health. Are you crazy? Are you mad? Do you blame everyone for all your problems? Are you problematic? Do you have accidents? Are you not mindful of the things you do? Do you not have a crew? Are you standing alone in this world?
So I put some drum and bass on for you. Do you want to play drum and bass?
Do you feel isolated?
Robot
Nerve
twat.
tracks.
It's fucking intense.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't got.
Let's stop all the fussing
I'll
and
put some drum and
fighting.
bass on for you. I think that's what you're saying. So let's put some drum and bass on.
We have to stop all the
Let's do
fussing
it.
and fighting.
I think you want to hear it, so we'll play it. This is D39 Crispy. D39 Crispy. All right, let's see if we can turn it up slightly or something. We should get away with that volume, I think. We got to look out for the new tunes. The new tunes are a bit louder. Like, it's an old track and it's quite quiet, so I turned it up a bit on the desk, on the DJ desk. Got a DJ desk and I got a studio desk as well. I've got two desks. And my output of my studio computer goes into the DJ desk. Yeah, there's a reason for that. Look. It happened like by accident, but it actually worked out better, really, for doing solo tracks, for listening to the music or the metronome on Logic when you're laying a track on. It's handy to have a DJ mixer like this to plug the output of the computer into there so that you can hear that actual thing on the headphones without it coming through on the actual level. And you can hear it coming through on the headphones, and you can have the vocals coming through the speakers so you can actually hear what you're doing if you got like that. And it's all right. It works quite well like that. It's quite good. These are all your songs. I'm impressed. Yeah, well, this is actually one that I made in about 2016, I think. I made this in 2016. No. I did make most. I made most of the songs in this bank, in here. I did. I'll point out if it's someone else's, but the majority is Eastlife, and Eastlife is here really. The other stuff, I don't know if we can call it Eastlife or not really, but it might be Eastlife. I mean, if I register it for them, but that's if I get around to it. I could do that, but it's unlikely I'm ever going to get around to registering any music anyway. Unless it gets really popular. If it really does, then I might have to do it, but if it doesn't get that popular, there's not a lot of point anyway. You only got 50-year license on it anyway. So you might as well wait for it to get very popular, then register it all. And I have registered work before, but I don't really know if there was much point in that, really. There's not yet anyway. Just a waste of time because you're not really making the hits at the moment. So the clock's running down on your 50 years. So you better wait until you bum it. And then when you bum it, then register it all. And I could register it all anyway. I mean, you only got to register the name, really, and how long it is, maybe. And that's about it, really. And you got to register if you use samples or not. But not beats. You don't have to worry about beats too much. But actual music samples you have to worry about. You have to actually register them. I won't bother registering my tracks with samples in them. Thing is, if you have a Spotify page, you get paid every time your songs get streamed. Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't even know how to set up a Spotify account. You know what I mean? Someone set this YouTube up for me years ago. In about 2017, I think someone helped me by setting up Prof.Johnny Rankin. They set that up for me, and then I took over. And I worked out how to build my own channel. But when it comes to things like Spotify, I'm not really sure. And I haven't really got the time for it. I've got to be honest with you. I just haven't got the time for it. It just takes too long to get the songs up there and stuff. I mean, I like the fact that people have to come here to hear the music as well. I think that's a really good thing because then it's exclusive here, isn't it? I mean, unless someone copies it or something, they shouldn't be doing that. It's against the law to do that. This is D28 Skunk 1. It's called D28 Skunk 1. There's a few versions of this actually. Booyaka. Come down to the wicked bass. The bassline selection coming in from the Eastside Studio. Yeah, come on everybody. I hear my flow. Come on, let's go. To the prehistoric rhythms combined with the future prophecies that we call hip hop. Yeah, and I don't stop. I keep going all night long. And it won't be long before Babylon learns that it's not about controlling each and every one. It's not about controlling monetary systems. It's about making people feel good. It's about uplifting the people. It's about uplifting the nation. It's about doing music and creativity to uplift people's moods, to make them feel good, to make them feel high, to make them feel like they want to come back and listen to some more. To hear the new stuff when the new stuff is made. I don't make much money today. Never mind. I mean, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. But I wonder why it's gone so quiet today. I mean, it's got busy yesterday, I suppose. But I don't know. I hope the business can survive. But the business can survive this quiet patch. Hope we can make it. We'll have to see. It's a track called D36 Go On. D36 Go On. This is a wicked version, this one. Yeah, it's a good version, this. music of Aphex Twin. Really? Aphex Twin, right. This is D, Skunk number 1. It's another version of Skunk number 1, D. I don't know what number it is, but should have a number really. They all should have numbers really. But some of them haven't been numbered up, and I don't know how to do this because they're on 2 different computers and it's very confusing. I need to start again really. It's the sound of the police. It's the sound of the police. It's the sound of the police. Right, this is B18 Jupiter. B18 Jupiter. It's one of my favourite tunes at the moment. I just love the bassline drop. I just love the drop. I love the way it goes. It flows so nicely, this tune. It flows beautifully, doesn't it? that was B18 Jupiter. Now this B19 Jupiter. It's a remix. B19 Jupiter. Straight away after, the computer selected it with the same title. B19 Jupiter, the tune that was made straight after in the B Bank. The B Bank is different to the D Bank, but they're both drum and bass, they're both jungle music. But the D Bank is slightly different to the B Bank. But just in tempo, the speed's different, that's all. This is modern drum and bass, modern jungle, made for a modern era. We're trying to make this as the future sound, or the sound of now. It's the sound of now, really.
The art of listening. When listening to another person, don't just listen with your mind. Listen with your whole body. Feel the energy field of your inner body as you listen. That takes attention away from thinking and creates a still space that enables you to truly listen without the mind interfering. You are giving the other person space. Space to be. It is the most precious gift you can give. Most people don't know how to listen because the major part of their attention is taken up by thinking. They pay more attention to that than to what the other person is saying, and none at all to what really matters, the being of the other person underneath the words and the mind. Of course, you cannot feel someone else's being except through your own. This is the beginning of the realization of oneness, which is love. At the deepest level of being, you are one with all that is. Most human relationships consist mainly of minds interacting with each other, not of human beings communicating, being in communion. No relationship can thrive in that way, and that is why there is so much conflict in relationships. When the mind is running your life, conflict, strife, and problems are inevitable. Being in touch with your inner body creates a clear space of no mind within which the relationship can flower. Going deeply into the body, I can feel the energy inside my body, especially in my arms and legs, but I don't seem to be able to go more deeply. As you suggested earlier, make it into a meditation. It needn't take long. 10 to 15 minutes of clock time should be sufficient. Make sure first that there are no external distractions such as telephones or people who are likely to interrupt you. Sit on a chair, but don't lean back. Keep the spine erect. Doing so will help you to stay alert. Alternatively, choose your own favorite position for meditation. Make sure the body is relaxed. Close your eyes. Take a few deep breaths. Feel yourself breathing into the lower abdomen, as it were. Observe how it expands and contracts slightly with each in and out breath. Then become aware of the entire inner energy field of the body. Don't think about it. Feel it. By doing this, you reclaim consciousness from the mind. If you find it helpful, use the light visualization I described earlier. When you can feel the inner body clearly as a single field of energy, let go, if possible, of any visual image and focus exclusively on the feeling. If you can, also drop any mental image you may still have of the physical body. All that is left then is an all-encompassing sense of presence or beingness, and the inner body is felt to be without a boundary. Then take your attention even more deeply into that feeling. Become one with it. Merge with the energy field, so that there is no longer a perceived duality of the observer and the observed, of you and your body. The distinction between inner and outer also dissolves now. So there is no inner body anymore. By going deeply into the body, you have transcended the body. Stay in this realm of pure being for as long as feels comfortable. Then become aware again of the physical body, your breathing and physical senses, and open your eyes. Look at your surroundings for a few minutes in a meditative way, that is, without labeling them mentally, and continue to feel the inner body as you do so. Having access to that formless realm is truly liberating. It frees you from bondage to form and identification with form. It is life in its undifferentiated state prior to its fragmentation into multiplicity. We may call it the unmanifested, the invisible source of all things, the being within all beings. It is a realm of deep stillness and peace, but also of joy and intense aliveness. Whenever you are present, you become transparent to some extent to the light, the pure consciousness that emanates from this source. You also realize that the light is not separate from who you are but constitutes your very essence.
Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Who's that? I can't see what I said. Connor. Is that Canna? Canna or Connor? I'm fine, man. I'm really good. Well, not sounding it, but the source of chi we're going to read now. The source of chi.
The source of chi is the unmanifested, what in the East is called chi, a kind of universal life energy? No, it isn't. The unmanifested is the source of chi. Chi is the inner energy field of your body. It is the bridge between the outer you and the source. It lies halfway between the manifested, the world of form, and the unmanifested. Chi can be likened to a river or an energy stream. If you take the focus of your consciousness deeply into the inner body, you are tracing the course of this river back to its source. Chi is movement. The unmanifested is stillness. When you reach a point of absolute stillness, which is nevertheless vibrant with life, you have gone beyond the inner body and beyond chi to the source itself, the unmanifested. Chi is the link between the unmanifested and the physical universe. So if you take your attention deeply into the inner body, you may reach this point, this singularity, where the world dissolves into the unmanifested and the unmanifested takes on form as the energy stream of chi, which then becomes the world. This is the point of birth and death. When your consciousness is directed outward, mind and world arise. When it is directed inward, it realizes its own source and returns home into the unmanifested. Then, when your consciousness comes back to the manifested world, you reassume the form identity that you temporarily relinquished. You have a name, a past, a life situation, a future, but in one essential respect, You are not the same person you were before. You will have glimpsed a reality within yourself that is not of this world, although it isn't separate from it, just as it isn't separate from you. Now let your spiritual practice be this. As you go about your life, don't give 100% of your attention to the external world and to your mind. Keep some within. I have spoken about this already. Feel the inner body even when engaged in everyday activities, especially when engaged in relationships or when you are relating with nature. Feel the stillness deep inside it. Keep the portal open. It is quite possible to be conscious of the unmanifested throughout your life. You feel it as a deep sense of peace somewhere in the background, a stillness that never leaves you. No matter what happens out here, you become a bridge between the
Well, the only help I need, really, I'm not going to do it, but I'm not going to tell you the help that I need because I've got to manifest my own help. I mean, I do. I mean, I'm a bit financially in a bit of a tricky situation, but I can engineer beats for you. I can do it. I can do an hour of engineering for you for £5. That's what I can do. That's the sort of help I need is people that want beats. I can make fresh beats as well. I can actually drum them myself and make original beat patterns, and I can make them. I'd work for an hour or get a beat done or whatever. I'll get something done, get a product done in an hour. And if it takes slightly longer, I'll just go on and do it and get the job done, you know, get you at least one beat done, original. And I could send you a process beat of a break beat at the same time with it or something. You know, I mean, I'm not all tight and stingy. I try and make you a little pack. I try and make you something decent for the money. That's how you can help me. I'd love to do something. Can you make me a beat? Yeah, I can make you a beat. Let me demonstrate what I can do. Hang on, is that someone calling me from outside? Someone's calling me. Hang on a second. Let me just put something on. I'll just put this back on now. Someone's calling me. I've got to go and have a look. That was someone I don't know, so I didn't deal with them. When there's someone I don't know, I don't deal with them. They've got to be an insider. They've got to be in my crew, otherwise I don't deal with them. If I don't recognise them and they seem a bit dopey, you know what I mean? Right, we're going to show you the beat, aren't we? Are you still there? Right. Spits and bars. I might do that. Got to be in the right mood to do that sort of thing. I mean, right, let me find this beat that I'm working on at the moment. That's the original raw drums, that is. That's the original drums. Just loops like that right the way through. It's just the track I made. And then what I did was I changed the sound. So I processed it. It's the same beat pattern. It's exactly the same beat. It's just that I changed the sounds. I made it more modern. I made it sort of like a version that you can play in a club. And then what I did was I did this, but I'm not happy with this. It's not really the way that I'm going. And tomorrow I'm going to rework it. Tomorrow I'm going to play a bass line with my bass guitar. That's what I'm going to do next. I'm going to do it logically, one step at a time. The next step is to play the bass guitar on top, and I've got to do that. And I'm a bit nervous about it. That's why I haven't done it, I suppose, because it's got to sound good. I mean, this sounds all right. I might use bits of this or something. I don't know. So I've got these beats, and you saw how I made that, and I could even play the original actual track that I made the drums from. I mean, that's just looping like that from now on, really. So what I'm gonna do now, I'll play you the original tracks that I made, the actual this is what I made the drums from. I recorded this on the drums first. Some weed. I've got some weed here already. I've been smoking some already. You want me to do spit some bars or something? I'm not going to spit bars at the moment. I'm just listening to these drums. I'm just listening to them. You can see if you can hear the bit where we sample it and we process it. Right. All right. See you later, man. Take it easy, man. Right. Let's try going back to the presentation. So, dreamless sleep now.
Dreamless sleep. You take a journey into the unmanifested every night when you enter the phase of deep dreamless sleep. You merge with the source. You draw from it the vital energy that sustains you for a while when you return to the manifested, the world of separate forms. This energy is much more vital than food. Man does not live by bread alone, but in dreamless sleep, you don't go into it consciously. Although the bodily functions are still operating, you no longer exist in that state. Can you imagine what it would be like to go into dreamless sleep with full consciousness? It is impossible to imagine it, because that state has no content. The unmanifested does not liberate you until you enter it consciously. That's why Jesus did not say, "The truth will make you free," but rather, "You will know the truth, and the truth will make you free." This is not a conceptual truth. It is the truth of eternal life beyond form, which is known directly or not at all. But don't attempt to stay conscious in dreamless sleep. It is highly unlikely that you will succeed. At most, you may remain conscious during the dream phase, but not beyond that. This is called lucid dreaming, which may be interesting and fascinating, but it is not liberating. So use your inner body as a portal through which you enter the unmanifested, and keep that portal open so that you stay connected with the source at all times. It makes no difference, as far as the inner body is concerned, whether your outer physical body is old or young, frail or strong. The inner body is timeless. If you are not yet able to feel the inner body, use one of the other portals, although ultimately they are all one. Some I have spoken about at length already, but I'll mention them again briefly here.
Needs improvement is bad. What this bit, or what needs improvement? I don't know. Are you still there? Do you want me to play music or what? I mean, what's that? Are you Bigfoot? I'm not Bigfoot. No, I'm not Bigfoot. I'm not Bigfoot at all, but I can play some music if you want. Or do you want to hear the presentation? Do you want to hear more of it? I'll try more of the presentation and see what you say. Right, you can comment in the meantime. I'll just do one more section here. for now.
Other portals. When you dissolve psychological time through intense present moment awareness, you become conscious of the unmanifested both directly and indirectly. Directly, you feel it as the radiance and power of your conscious presence. No content, just presence. Indirectly, you are aware of the unmanifested in and through the sensory realm. In other words, you feel the good essence in every creature, every flower, every stone, and you realize, all that is holy. This is why Jesus, speaking entirely from his essence or Christ identity, says in the Gospel of Thomas, split a piece of wood, I am there, lift up a stone, and you will find me there. Another portal into the unmanifested is created through the cessation of thinking. This can start with a very simple thing, such as taking one conscious breath or looking, in a state of intense alertness, at a flower, so that there is no mental commentary running at the same time. There are many ways to create a gap in the incessant stream of thought. This is what meditation is all about. Thought is part of the realm of the manifested. Continuous mind activity keeps you imprisoned in the world of form and becomes an opaque screen that prevents you from becoming conscious of the unmanifested, conscious of the formless and timeless God, essence in yourself and in all things and all creatures. When you are intensely present, you don't need to be concerned about the cessation of thinking, of course, because the mind then stops automatically. That's why I said the now is an essential aspect of every other portal. Surrender, the letting go of mental emotional resistance to what is, also becomes a portal into the unmanifested. The reason for this is simple. Inner resistance cuts you off from other people, from yourself, from the world around you. It strengthens the feeling of separateness on which the ego depends for its survival. The stronger the feeling of separateness, the more you are bound to the manifested, to the world of separate forms. The more you are bound to the world of form, the harder and more impenetrable your form identity becomes. The portal is closed, and you are cut off from the inner dimension, the dimension of depth. In the state of surrender, your form identity softens and becomes somewhat transparent, as it were, so the unmanifested can shine through you. It's up to you to open a portal in your life that gives you conscious access to the unmanifested. Get in touch with the energy field of the inner body. Be intensely present. Disidentify from the mind. Surrender to what is. These are all portals you can use, but you only need to use one. Surely love must also be one of those portals? No, it isn't. As soon as one of the portals is open, love is present in you as the feeling realization of oneness. Love isn't a portal. It's what comes through the portal into this world. As long as you are completely trapped in your form identity, there can be no love. Your task is not to search for love but to find a portal through which love can enter.
That's other portals. Now we're going to read silence.
Silence. Are there any other portals apart from those you just mentioned? Yes, there are. The unmanifested is not separate from the manifested. It pervades this world, but it is so well disguised that almost everybody misses it completely. If you know where to look, you'll find it everywhere. A portal opens up every moment. Do you hear that dog barking in the distance? Or that car passing by? Listen carefully. Can you feel the presence of the unmanifested in that? You can't? Look for it in the silence out of which the sounds come and into which they return. Pay more attention to the silence than to the sounds. Paying attention to outer silence creates inner silence. The mind becomes still. A portal is opening up. Every sound is born out of silence, dies back into silence, and during its lifespan is surrounded by silence. Silence enables the sound to be. It is an intrinsic but unmanifested part of every sound, every musical note, every song, every word. The unmanifested is present in this world as silence. This is why it has been said that nothing in this world is so like God as silence. All you have to do is pay attention to it. Even during a conversation, become conscious of the gaps between words, the brief silent intervals between sentences. As you do that, the dimension of stillness grows within you. You cannot pay attention to silence without simultaneously becoming still within. Silence without, stillness within. You have entered the unmanifested.
I haven't got Ebola. I haven't got any illnesses. I am I'm a very okay sort of person, really. The coffee's a little bit of a cough, but I've been smoking since I was 12 years old. Had my first joint when I was 15 years old. Didn't really get into it till I was about 21, but I've been smoking weed ever since I was about 21 properly on a daily basis. And weed is a great thing. It opens up your mind. It breaks down the ego, I believe. Reveals you. You get revealed by weed, and when you get revealed, the ego is gone. You know, weed will reveal you one day. That's what it does. It reveals you, and if you don't like what you see, you crack it. All right. Whatever. All right, let's put this on. Right, this is space.
Space. Just as no sound can exist without silence, nothing can exist without nothing, without the empty space that enables it to be. Every physical object or body has come out of nothing, is surrounded by nothing, and will eventually return to nothing. Not only that, but even inside every physical body there is far more nothing than something. Physicists tell us that the solidity of matter is an illusion. Even seemingly solid matter, including your physical body, is nearly 100% empty space. So vast are the distances between the atoms compared to their size. What is more, even inside every atom there is mostly empty space. What is left is more like a vibrational frequency than particles of solid matter, more like a musical note. Buddhists have known that for over 2,500 years. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form, states the Heart Sutra, one of the best-known ancient Buddhist texts. The essence of all things is emptiness. The unmanifested is not only present in this world as silence, it also pervades the entire physical universe as space, from within and without. This is just as easy to miss as silence. Everybody pays attention to the things in space, but who pays attention to space itself? You seem to be implying that emptiness or nothing is not just nothing, that there is some mysterious quality to it. What is this nothing? You cannot ask such a question. Your mind is trying to make nothing into something. The moment you make it into something, you have missed it. Nothing, space, is the appearance of the unmanifested as an externalized phenomenon in a sense-perceived world. That's about as much as one can say about it, and even that is a kind of paradox. It cannot become an object of knowledge. You can't do a PhD on nothing. When scientists study space, they usually make it into something and thereby miss its essence entirely. Not surprisingly, the latest theory is that space isn't empty at all, that it is filled with some substance. Once you have a theory, it's not too hard to find evidence to substantiate it, at least until some other theory comes along. Nothing can only become a portal into the unmanifested for you if you don't try to grasp or understand it. Isn't that what we are doing here? Not at all. I am giving you pointers to show you how you can bring the dimension of the unmanifested into your life. We are not trying to understand it. There is nothing to understand. Space has no existence. To exist literally means to stand out. You cannot understand space because it doesn't stand out. Although in itself it has no existence, it enables everything else to exist. Silence has no existence either, nor does the unmanifested. So what happens if you withdraw attention from the objects in space and become aware of space itself? What is the essence of this room? The furniture, pictures, and so on are in the room, but they are not the room. The floor, walls, and ceiling define the boundary of the room, but they are not the room either. So what is the essence of the room? Space, of course, empty space. There would be no room without it. Since space is nothing, we can say that what is not there is more important than what is there. So become aware of the space that is all around you. Don't think about it. Feel it, as it were. Pay attention to nothing. As you do that, a shift in consciousness takes place inside you. Here is why. The inner equivalent to objects in space such as furniture, walls, and so on are your mind objects, thoughts, emotions, and the objects of the senses. And the inner equivalent of space is the consciousness that enables your mind objects to be, just as space allows all things to be. So if you withdraw attention from things, objects in space, you automatically withdraw attention from your mind objects as well. In other words, you cannot think and be aware of space, or of silence, for that matter. By becoming aware of the empty space around you, you simultaneously become aware of the space of no mind, of pure consciousness. the unmanifested. This is how the contemplation of space can become a portal for you. Space and silence are two aspects of the same thing, the same no thing. They are an externalization of inner space and inner silence, which is stillness, the infinitely creative womb of all existence. Most humans are completely unconscious of this dimension. There is no inner space, no stillness. They are out of balance. In other words, they know the world, or think they do, but they don't know God. They identify exclusively with their own physical and psychological form, unconscious of essence. And because every form is highly unstable, they live in fear. This fear causes a deep misperception of themselves and of other humans, a distortion in their vision of the world. If some cosmic convulsion brought about the end of our world, the unmanifested would remain totally unaffected by this. A Course in Miracles expresses this truth poignantly. Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. If you remain in conscious connection with the unmanifested, you value, love, and deeply respect the manifested and every life form in it as an expression of the one life beyond form. You also know that every form is destined to dissolve again and that ultimately nothing out here matters all that much. You have overcome the world, in the words of Jesus, or, as the Buddha put it, you have crossed over to the other shore.
Right, that was space. Moving on. We're going to the true nature of space and time.
The true nature of space and time. Now consider this. If there were nothing but silence, it wouldn't exist for you. You wouldn't know what it is. Only when sound appears does silence come into being. Similarly, if there were only space without any objects in space, it wouldn't exist for you. Imagine yourself as a point of consciousness floating in the vastness of space. No stars, no galaxies, just emptiness. Suddenly, space wouldn't be vast anymore. It would not be there at all. There would be no speed, no movement from here to there. At least 2 points of reference are needed for distance and space to come into being. Space comes into being the moment the one becomes two, and as two become the 10,000 things. As Lao Tse calls the manifested world, space becomes more and more vast. So world and space arise simultaneously. Nothing could be without space, yet space is nothing. Before the universe came into being, before the Big Bang, if you like, there wasn't a vast empty space waiting to be filled. There was no space, as there was no thing. There was only the unmanifested, the one. When the one became the 10,000 things, suddenly space seemed to be there and enabled the many to be. Where did it come from? Was it created by God to accommodate the universe? Of course not. Space is no thing, so it was never created. Go out on a clear night and look up at the sky. The thousands of stars you can see with the naked eye are no more than an infinitesimal fraction of what is there. Over 100 billion galaxies can already be detected with the most powerful telescopes. Each galaxy an island universe with billions of stars. Yet what is even more awe-inspiring is the infinity of space itself. The depth and stillness that allows all of that magnificence to be. Nothing could be more awe-inspiring and majestic than the inconceivable vastness and stillness of space. And yet what is it? Emptiness. Vast emptiness. What appears to us as space in our universe perceived through the mind and the senses is the unmanifested itself. Externalized. It is the body of God. And the greatest miracle is this. That stillness and vastness that enables the universe to be is not just out there in space. It is also within you. When you are utterly and totally present, you encounter it as the still inner space of no mind. Within you, it is vast in depth, not in extension. Spatial extension is ultimately a misperception of infinite depth, an attribute of the one transcendental reality. According to Einstein, space and time are not separate. I don't really understand it, but I think he is saying that time is the fourth dimension of space. He calls it the space-time continuum. Yes, what you perceive externally as space and time are ultimately illusory, but they contain a core of truth. They are the two essential attributes of God, infinity and eternity, perceived as if they had an external existence outside you, within you. Both space and time have an inner equivalent that reveals their true nature, as well as your own. Whereas space is the still, infinitely deep realm of no mind, the inner equivalent of time is presence, awareness of the eternal now. Remember that there is no distinction between them. When space and time are realized within as the unmanifested, no mind and presence, external space and time continue to exist for you, but they become much less important. The world, too, continues to exist for you, but it will not bind you anymore. Hence, The ultimate purpose of the world lies not within the world but in transcendence of the world. Just as you would not be conscious of space if there were no objects in space, the world is needed for the unmanifested to be realized. You may have heard the Buddhist saying, if there were no illusion, there would be no enlightenment. It is through the world and ultimately through you that the unmanifested knows itself. You are here to enable the divine purpose of the universe to unfold. That is how important you are. Conscious death. Apart from dreamless sleep, which I mentioned already, there is one other involuntary portal. It opens up briefly at the time of physical death. Even if you have missed all the other opportunities for spiritual realization during your lifetime, one last portal will open up for you immediately after the body has died. There are countless accounts by people who had a visual impression of this portal as radiant light and then returned from what is commonly known as a near-death experience. Many of them also spoke of a sense of blissful serenity and deep peace. In the Tibetan Book of the Dead, it is described as the luminous splendor of the colorless light of emptiness, which it says is your own true self. This portal opens up only very briefly, and unless you have already encountered the dimension of the unmanifested in your lifetime, you will likely miss it. Most people carry too much residual resistance, too much fear, too much attachment to sensory experience, too much identification with the manifested world, so they see the portal, turn away in fear, and then lose consciousness. Most of what happens after that is involuntary and automatic. Eventually, there will be another round of birth and death. Their presence wasn't strong enough yet for conscious immortality, so going through this portal does not mean annihilation. As with all the other portals, your radiant true nature remains, but not the personality. In any case, whatever is real or of true value in your personality is your true nature shining through. This is never lost. Nothing that is of value, nothing that is real, is ever lost. Approaching death and death itself, the dissolution of the physical form, is always a great opportunity for spiritual realization. This opportunity is tragically missed most of the time, since we live in a culture that is almost totally ignorant of death, as it is almost totally ignorant of anything that truly matters. Every portal is a portal of death, the death of the false self. When you go through it, you cease to derive your identity from your psychological, mind-made form. You then realize that death is an illusion, just as your identification with form was an illusion. The end of illusion. That's all that death is. It is painful only as long as you cling to illusion.
That was conscious death. Now we're reading. Let's see. Enter the now from wherever you are.
Enter the now from wherever you are. I always thought that true enlightenment is not possible except through love in a relationship between a man and a woman. Isn't this what makes us whole again? How can one's life be fulfilled until that happens? Is that true in your experience? Has this happened to you? Not yet. But how could it be otherwise? I know that it will happen. In other words, you are waiting for an event in time to save you. Is this not the core error that we have been talking about? Salvation is not elsewhere in place or time. It is here and now. What does that statement mean? Salvation is here and now. I don't understand it. I don't even know what salvation means. Most people pursue physical pleasures or various forms of psychological gratification because they believe that those things will make them happy or free them from a feeling of fear or lack. Happiness may be perceived as a heightened sense of aliveness attained through physical pleasure, or a more secure and more complete sense of self attained through some form of psychological gratification. This is the search for salvation from a state of unsatisfactoriness or insufficiency. Invariably, any satisfaction that they obtain is short-lived, so the condition of satisfaction or fulfillment is usually projected once again onto an imaginary point away from the here and now. When I obtain this or am free of that, then I will be okay. This is the unconscious mindset that creates the illusion of salvation in the future. True salvation is fulfillment, peace, life in all its fullness. It is to be who you are, to feel within you the good that has no opposite, the joy of being that depends on nothing outside itself. It is felt not as a passing experience but as an abiding presence. In theistic language, it is to know God, not as something outside you but as your own innermost essence. True salvation is to know yourself as an inseparable part of the timeless and formless one life from which all that exists derives its being. True salvation is a state of freedom, from fear, from suffering, from a perceived state of lack and insufficiency, and therefore from all wanting, needing, grasping, and clinging. It is freedom from compulsive thinking, from negativity, and above all from past and future as a psychological need. Your mind is telling you that you cannot get there from here. Something needs to happen, or you need to become this or that before you can be free and fulfilled. It is saying, in fact, that you need time, that you need to find, sort out, do, achieve, acquire, become, or understand something before you can be free or complete. You see time as the means to salvation, whereas in truth it is the greatest obstacle to salvation. You think that you can't get there from where and who you are at this moment because you are not yet complete or good enough. But the truth is that here and now is the only point from where you can get there. You get there by realizing that you are there already. You find God the moment you realize that you don't need to seek God. So there is no only way to salvation. Any condition can be used, but no particular condition is needed. However, there is only one point of access, the now. There can be no salvation away from this moment. You are lonely and without a partner? Enter the now from there. You are in a relationship? Enter the now from there. There is nothing you can ever do or attain that will get you closer to salvation than it is at this moment. This may be hard to grasp for a mind accustomed to thinking that everything worthwhile is in the future, nor can anything that you ever did or that was done to you in the past prevent you from saying yes to what is and taking your attention deeply into the now. You cannot do this in the future. You do it now or not at all.
Right, that's enough of the book for today, I think. We always got through it, but I'm not going to read it anymore. Now we're going to play some music. Let's have a rap battle. Right.
And I'm saying, oh, and I'm saying, and I'm saying, oh, and I'm saying, and I'm saying, oh, and I'm saying, and I'm saying, oh. Look into the sky and open up your mind. You'll see so far away, it's there in a heartbeat. In a second you can almost touch the clouds. Been always in your hands, so go and rejoice. Rejoice, rejoice. Rejoice, rejoice. Rejoice, rejoice. Rejoice, rejoice. Now I feel the peace deep inside my soul. Celebrate this joy that I feel within me. When I focus, I can see the distant lands where peace on earth is here, we just have to make. Rejoice, rejoice. Rejoice, rejoice. Rejoice, rejoice. Rejoice, rejoice. saying, and I'm saying, oh, and I'm saying, and I'm saying, oh, and I'm saying, and I'm saying, oh, and I'm saying, and I'm saying, oh. And I'm saying, and I'm saying, oh,
Oh, I fancy listening to the 110.
That's what life's about. Survival. 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 That's what life's all about. Without a doubt. Just like Rastafari say, each and every day, all we have to do is eat our food, drink our drink, breathe the air, and we stare out into the world, out into the room. If you're outdoors, then you look at the skyline. Survival. That's what life's about. 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 Survival. That's what life's all about. Without a doubt. Just like Rastafari say, each and every day. The world is for play. When you're working, when you're cleaning, when you're cooking, it should be play. Play. Learn from a youth. When you're young, you should play in the kitchen. Play with the Hoover. Play with the cleaning cloth. Yeah. And then maybe you can be the boss, like me, living free, controlling we, survival. That's what life's about. 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 Survival. That's what life's
Hello
about.
there. That's really good to see you.
Survival.
Hello. How are you? Are you alright, you guys? Mystic Cruise and Arab 2015.
Where all you can do is earn some money from a computer or work in a shop or a restaurant. I can't see much else. Oh yeah, there's accountancy, law firms, solicitors and courts and police. And
I've had enough of the presentation now. I'm just playing music now.
nurses and doctors. Survival each and every day. That's how I say survival each and every day.
We're going to have to come off in a minute. We're going to have to come off and do a new stream in a minute.
That's what life's about. Survival.
A rap battle. I'm not really into battles. I'm just into expression. That's it, really.
Survival.
Just expression. And you just express yourself, be yourself, and that's it, really. It's not about battling. It's not about that, really.
That's what life's about.
That's good, man. You're all right. That's
Survival. That's what life's about. Survival. That's what life's about.
yeah, that's good, man. You're all right. That's good. That's good.
That's what it's all about.
I'm all right as well. I'm very good, man. I'm actually on top of the world. I'm very good.
You just have to slay.
What do you work as? Well, I do music as a job, really. So I do this as a job. I do.
It's not that difficult, really.
This is my career,
You
really.
just pick them off a bush. Pick
I've
them
got
off
some
a
other
stool,
ways of making
pick
money
them
as
off a
well.
tree. Put them in a basket. Carry them home.
I produce music
That's
and
when all the fun
I
starts.
promote Pathfinder.
Mania.
And I'm willing to help the nation. I'm willing to help Londoners and support people at Harrow
Each and every
mainly.
day. That's how I say.
If they want to get on a journey, I can just put the presentation back on if you want.
Survival. That's what life's about. Survival. That's what life's about. Survival.
This guy's got a lot of brains, man. He's got a very big brain, this guy.
Survival.
Huge brain capacity.
That's what life's about.
The stuff that he invents.
Survival.
You're going to invent
That's what life's
all this stuff,
about.
then
Survival.
you know what I mean? You can invent whatever you want, but no one's going to believe you.
Survival. That's what life's about. Survival. That's what life's about. Survival. It's what it's all about. Without a doubt. You don't have to pray daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. You just have to understand that life comes abundantly, like all creation does. Like flocks of this, flocks of that. All the animals, they all come in large numbers, except for the ones that have become extinct. But that's not a new thing. That's an old story. What about the missing link? What about all the different humanoids that were created of the living lords? The lords of the
But I've got to come off now and I'll be back on. with a show called Pathfinder. We do it every night about 6 o'clock.
breeds.
So we're going to come on now with
Now
Pathfinder.
the last chance is the dogs
gonna-
and the cats. They can still create
Right,
new
here we go.
breeds.
Off we go.
That's how we mix up the vibes and the flavours back in the past.